Hello everyone, and welcome in. I hope you guys have had a great day. Let's go ahead and make it just a little bit better, shall we? I just wanted to say hello all and welcome, and thank you for stopping by so early as we are just getting started here. As today we're going to be playing some Mechabellum. So hello there chat, Aaron, and Luke, and Greg, and Eleanor, and Machinga there. Welcome in. I hope you guys are, doing alright. In fact, how are you guys doing alright? You're currently eating a grilled cheese with roast beef in it? It sounds savory and delicious. Yes. Alright. Let's go ahead and jump into the, these matches, shall we? Let's do it. Life is good. Great. Love to hear it. It's, having a good time, yeah. As I certainly am. And Lord knows we're going to be having an even better time as, Mechabellum's a great game. It makes me happy. Let's see what kind of madness we get into this time. Homemade sweet and sour chicken there. Oh my. It's an early stream for you, 6 a.m. there in Thailand. Really? Okay. Well, and I suppose it is directly on the opposite side of the world from me. It's a whole 11 hours difference in time zone. I'm glad you enjoy. Alright, so it looks like we have crawls and balls to deal with. We have arcs and tanks here. So I'm thinking we're not going to go Mustangs. We've got enough splash damage on the field. We are lacking in single target, however. Question is, how exactly are we going to handle that? Is it going to be with snipers? We will need crawlers at some point. I think we'll open up with snipers here, because we really can't afford anything else. Mostly due to our choice of starter specialists. With the elite spec, we get higher tier units to start, but of course higher tier units are more expensive, which is, you know, just makes everything more difficult. Let me just slide over a little bit. Alright, let's go. Hello to the Akoma. Seems like it's time for a little extra relaxation, yeah? 9 a.m., you're in Australia? Yes. It was early morning vibes. And jeez, we really need to get rid of those crawlers a bit faster. They are an issue. Oh no. You see it? Do they have heavy spec? Nope. They started the level 3 marksman. Hello there, Hawklight. Welcome in. And Frida, how are you doing? Alright. I'll take tech spec because early enough to make the difference. The question is, what exactly are we going to go with here? Mustangs solve many problems, but not all of them. I wouldn't be sad about hackers here, but we absolutely do need some manner of chaff. So let's get these going. And just let that one sit. You donated blood today. Needles are pointy. Whew. Yeah, that's, you know, to each their own. I've done that a few times, but I tend to feel terrible after having my blood drawn. Like really, really bad for like an entire day plus after having my blood drawn for any reason, donation or otherwise. So I just don't most of the time. What are my thoughts on Stormgate? Excitement. I don't have any real insights. Like I don't have any behind the scenes information. So I don't have anything particular or anything of notable value to add to, well, any information. No meaningful insight. Which is the entire reason I haven't done any content on it. However, I am excited about it. I've followed their studio for quite some time. I'm aware of their work, both what they've been working on now, at least publicly released, as well as their previous occupations at other companies. I'm excited to see how it works out. Like, really excited to see how it works out. Does the high explosive Mustang affect the missile interception? Granted, they're usually far enough apart for the AoE to not reach. No. They fire a different projectile with the missile interceptor. You got about an hour before you're heading off to dinner with friends. Oh, well, that sounds like a good time. It's been a hot moment since I've done dinner with friends. The dinner with family has been common for me recently. I'm okay with this. Let's see, they added more arc to deal with my chaff, which is not a surprise. Question is, how do I want to handle the next step of things? Unironically, hackers would be pretty okay here. Stormcallers are always fine, but they're not amazing. Tempted to Rhino. Rhinos would be okay. Kind of, sort of, not really. Wasps, always fun, but never strong. I'm between Rhino and Hacker. You know what? Let's do some hacking. The problem, of course, with Hacker is that hackers are kind of bad for most things. And once my opponent gets a bit more chaff, or if they go Stormcallers, which are great versus me, which I did not consider, then hackers become kind of an issue for me. Because they're not tough, and they go down to Stormcallers quite quickly. Learning how to play Off-World Trading Simulator since your friend wanted you to. Oh, that's an interesting one. That's not one I've played at all. So I really don't have anything to say about it. God, the Stormcaller's strong. Oof. That's a lot. It's an interesting one, so I've heard. It's an RTS but different. Yes, it is. Alright, I don't particularly want any of these, I suppose. I can just go ahead and grab this, throw it on the tank. Tanks are kind of just sort of okay here. Tanks don't do well versus balls, tanks don't do well versus sniper, and they've got both. Rhinos are still a reasonable choice. Could use some more chaff here to deal with the Stormcaller. Let me do that. Let's get the barrier to help against the Stormcaller stuff. We'll put this guy right here front and center. And then another one of these on this side. Here. That's a lot of Stormcaller. And that's why we put the crawlies there. I believe I'm going to need some more swarm clear, given my AI pathing manipulation. But with the Stormcallers being delayed to such an extreme, we are getting the balls hacked here quite reliably, even with their extra HP. Is that interference? Oh my god, he's got anti-interference module. Didn't realize that was one of the options that came up at the end of the round. Well, that's going to be an issue for me. The hacking. It doesn't stop. God, this thing still one-shots us. It's devastating. Oh, no. Stormcaller spam is hilariously effective with reload. It is. It is. Laser sight. I believe we'll take this and throw this over here. Upgrade tank. I would like more splash or anti-swarm. Throw this here, and then we'll grab the mobile beacon, bring you guys back, and then just off to the side, because we can, and because it looks like they're not going to stop us. Do this. Incendiary. Interesting decision. Incendiary hurts everyone on the field. Given that he relies so heavily on chaff clear, or on using swarm for himself, I find it not a great decision for him. Definitely pulled our swarm a little bit too far back. Like, if you see there, the fire was hurting him more than it's hurting me. Which, I mean, I guess I can't be too sad about. The fire is starting to hurt me, though. Oof. Oh, his super sniper too strong. Hacker do hacker thing. Yeah. Absorbing the enemy units one unit at a time. Interesting decision on everyone's part. Okay. You know, this hacker shield's lasting a long time. We're igniting the enemy player base. Oh, it's beautiful. Well, hacker's drunk. Just me or Incendiary are utterly terrible versus hackers, since it would make incinerate their own swarm units. Yeah, I don't know why they've decided to do that, but they have decided to do that. So this is where we live now. I'm gonna grab this and throw it. It's like none of... The reason I'm not getting Stormcallers is just none of their units are weak to Stormcaller. Not that Stormcallers are ever weak to things, but... I'll throw you onto here. God, this marksman. It's just terrifying is what it is. Okay, well. I think it's time for this switch. Start on this side. Get some offside behavior going around here. I'll do this and stop. This player has taken a few loans now, so that's cool. EMP on the other hand. I don't have any tech. Like, I don't have range or anything. I mean, the slowness just not the worst thing, but... Oh, look. Oh, man. I called the wrong side. Hacker definitely pulled its weight. It's not going to pull its weight anymore. Oh. Okay. Decisions are being made. At least these crawlers will engage that. Yeah, he's going to be hitting this time and again, which I can't be too sad about. We get to ignite the middle, bait all of his chaff to go over there. And then everything burns. Okay, so we're going to have to respond to those side hits. I wouldn't mind getting some, what is that called? Some overlords myself. But I'd definitely start open with Phoenix before Overlord. Also tempted to just go mass Arclight with range. And, like, but with this many storms on the fields, not super keen on investing crazy heavy into the ground. If only Hacker could target air, can you imagine? How high level? Oh, the Hacker. Because with multi-hit, they might insta-convert stuff. I'm not super into that. I would rather it just insta-convert one unit and just rapid cycle that than have it do much of anything else. Okay, so we can do this. Clear this out. Can do this to clear this out and have one of these over here in case he decides to do something on that other side. Okay. Question is, what tech do we get? And I think we get this one. I think we get this one. And then we wait. I'm not in danger of losing being one shot here, so I'm not keen to start buying out. Looks like he's sold off that Overlord, which means he's going to have extra money this round and has permanently lost value. I really don't mind this because he's spending 50 money every time to damage these crawlers, and the crawlers still get their job done, namely by igniting this area and baiting a couple shots. Although I definitely need to shorten this. I don't know if this is short enough. I shortened it substantially already because I don't want these guys actually getting out of range of the Stormcaller. So I think that these will stay locked on and still try to send a second volley here, which is where we want them to be putting the fire for the most part, as all of their chaff heads directly to the center. Yeah. And then those Stormcallers should stay locked on and ignite that entire area and watch all of their crawlers run into the fire, which is just beautiful. Okay. The hackers keep doing hacking things. Of course, I don't mind my crawlers going into the fire because the whole purpose of them was to delay. Is it just me, or is Incendiary utterly terrible versus hackers? Yes. Made the mistake of starting to play RimWorld again. Oh no. This is our life now. Alright, the question is who gets it? Probably one of the Phoenix. Or one of the snipers. It's going on a Phoenix. The question is which one? This one. Okay. There's a potential EM blast coming in. To look out for that. There it is. He's preparing for an EM blast himself, but we won't be hitting him with that. EM storm, which is just the worst. There's a very real possibility that we lose this particular round because the EM burst is... The storm is basically just an entire team wipe, which is rough to handle. Very rough to handle. Yeah. You can see those doing terrible, terrible things to us. That's a lot of damage. Alright, so our opponents, I believe, no longer have any anti-air. Although their arc lights will be able to shoot up at some points. The parasitic phoenix is coming in clutch. Spawning so many things. Look at it. That's a lot of friendly fire for them to deal with. Go, crawlers, go! I'm just generating crawlers. Yeah, that was chunky. I mean, it's a little late for this, but I mean... Yeah, that's the right call. Okay, let's get some basic upgrades here. It's a level 5 hacker, just like a naturally upgraded hacker. You don't see that every day. What else am I looking for here? I think I genuinely don't even want overlords. This is just a Phoenix game. The question is only what happens if he gets wasps. And for that, we slap you right here. Okay. Ignite everything, please. Beautiful. Okay, so their opponent should have gotten anti-air. They did, but their arcs aren't particularly high leveled. They do have a level 5 there, but I've just mind controlled it after it got obliterated by Phoenix. So now we just kind of walk over anything and everything. This Overlord did pretty much nothing. Phoenix's just ended their game. That was, okay. Dart hackers. Yeah, the hackers, they pulled their weight. The hackers, they have a use. It's not a common use, but they have a use. Minus 2,000 damage. Yeah, we did a lot of damage. I'm okay with this. These Phoenixes are satisfying. They are. They're just like snipers, but flying. Am I gonna do this? Is this how we're starting this? No. No. I can't. Are we early? Oh, the stream started exactly on time. Is this game free? No, it is not. I'm okay with this. Hey there, Breathon Archangel. This is Nova Strike, but only Terran. Direct Strike, but only Terran. Yes. It's like Direct Strike, but more advanced. At this stage, I'd say less advanced, but only because it's got fewer things available to it. Definitely the, definitely a good time, though. Collateral is my favorite kind of damage. We're going to need to front load. Do I want to front load? I don't want to front load, do I? Not with this. I mean, I could. I mean, I do want to, but only because I'm an aggressive person. Not because it's a good idea. Okay, so they've got 4 snipers, an arc light, 2 Mustangs. I'm very okay with this. So this should be quite the one-sided first round. Yeah. War crimes. Woo! No. Okay. Interesting. Decisions. Our opponent is supply specialist. Have to keep that in mind. Okay, they got phoenixes in front and back. Okay. So we will lose this one. By virtue of us not having any way of shooting up. I'm okay with this. He's basically conceded the ground, and now I can choose an extremely efficient option to deal with those phoenixes. Honestly, probably the way to do that is with marksman. The reason for that is because marksmen stay alive for as long as we have ground control, and our opponent has already conceded ground control, so given that we have, for the foreseeable future, infinite ground control, or uncontested ground control, we can do whatever we want against the sky, and that involves us, well, shooting everything down. The reason I say sniper over Mustang, not that we'll probably end up getting Mustangs too, but the reason I say sniper over Mustang is because snipers also deal with overlords, and overlords are a mandatory part of the unit composition if they intend to go heavy air. Whereas wasps, not so mandatory, but nevertheless common. Popular. Wasps are more of a one-time gotcha kind of deal. Okay. They do have jump drives here. They don't have shields. They have damage, range, and range again. I'm going to hang on this for Mustangs if we inevitably get them. Gonna hit with the incendiary on the right, which should clear out pretty much my everything, actually. They jump drive them over to the side, or to the rear. No, redeployment module over there. Okay, that's a decision. And they have reinvested into ground units. Debugging network code. Network code is my least favorite kind of code to debug. It's just so inconsistent. Will I be doing tournaments with this like I do with the forts? Unlikely. This game comes with automated tournaments that have been happening for quite some time, actually. There's hardly a need for someone to go casting them. But I'm open to suggestions and such. Okay. I'm real tempted to just try to go over-leveled arcs here. Like, just give them everything. Just get one set of chaff for this. Set you here. You here. Yeah, he's doing giant units too, and he's got a range on his phoenixes. More Stormcaller? I cannot justify more Stormcaller here. Though I am curious as to what would make you believe that would be justifiable. Okay. It would be funny. Yeah, okay, that's, you know, I believe you when you say you think it would be funny. Everyone has their own interests. Will their mind builder. Welcome in. Alright, let's just get these guys on here since they're rededicating themselves to the ground floor, it would seem. And range on the arcs, and one more crawler. There we go. Really? Slowness, that's a decision. They did pick up barriers, so they do intend to go giant units at some points. If I can get ahead with the snipers, then we'll be in a good place to deal with whatever that's going to be. They got more snipers for themselves. They had a couple more snipers added in, as well as range on the Mustangs. I'm really not sad about this. Alrighty, have a good one, Breathonic. Good luck out there. This, to me, screams incendiary Stormcallers. They have Mustangs, they have snipers. Incendiary Stormcallers with range just kind of breaks everything they have here. All the extra investment into the ground floor. And by a substantial margin. Doing a lot of damage. Alright. Nothing here super interesting to me. Charged ammo. Meh. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I think we'll skip it. So we'll grab these two, upgrade on you, and buy out for the attempted elimination via Elite Marks range, and let it go. Hey, there we go. Okay. So they are getting fire, as are we getting fire. Due to us sitting in a pile of oil, I expect their fire to do a little bit more damage to us. But it is what it is. They're getting shields to deal with things. We already have double range on our snipers with the extra damage, so we should be able to handle a lot of these Vulcans quite well. It's just a matter of this man's going heavy on the energy shield. I really don't mind this, because Stormcallers just kind of exterminate energy shields. They bring them down so quickly. Like, it's hilarious how fast the shields fall. They took one volley. They took one volley and then the shields fell. And now there's fire. And now everything burns for everyone. And so falls everything on their side of the field. And they spent, what is that, 400 monies, resources on those shields that did nothing. I think this is, I'm okay with this. I'm very okay with this. Giant Hunter. Do I even care? Like, do I even care is the question. Heavy armor. I don't particularly want any of these. I don't care. They are not the appropriate solution to these problems. Okay. However, I would like to delay my opponent's igniting of my stuff. So let's do this. Okay. Alright, so we cancel out all that, and then we commit ignite to their everything. And no damage on our units from the sentinels. And now our half of the field is ignited because they cast napalm onto us. Their half of the field is ignited, and all of their Mustangs on the left just walked into the fire and exploded. And our snipers, we should have the same range snipers here. We got the same range on the snipers. Looks like we win both sniper wars. Hello there, Tyberosity. Welcome in. I'm glad you enjoyed. Should I say welcome back? And yes, we are having a good time. What rank are we? That's a good question. I don't know. 125. You think everything might be on fire? Yes. Yes, it was. Wasn't that Giant Slayer thing paying off with 2 giant kills? It pays off after 3 giant kills. They only had 2 giants on the field, and I expected them to not get any more. So I would get 2 giant kills this round, meaning we're negative 50. And then next round, we would get 2 more giant kills, giving us plus 50. Unfortunately, that was going to be the last round, because I expected it to be the last round. So we were never going to get positive on it. Our unit upgrades, for example, range upgrade for the individual, or is that for all units of that type? For the tech upgrades, such as range, that is for every unit of that type. It is possible to give them individual upgrades via the standard upgrade button, but that just upgrades their base stats, like HP and damage. Alright, so we're against crawlers and tanks. Well, we have snipers for ourselves, which is not a great unit composition for ourselves. Not super into it. I kind of sort of want to do a very front focus here for reasons. So let's do that. There we go. Okay. Storm colors would be pretty okay here. Mustangs would also be okay here. Arcs would be okay here. We're going to need chaff of our own, so we'll get these going. These will be delayed deployment or delayed engagement because of how far forward we've put all of our stuff. Looks like my opponent is elite spec. Opponent is elite spec. Should get into habit of checking that. Hello there, Keith. Welcome in. Playing Nova Drift while watching the stream? Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Yeah. That's kind of what this game is great at, you know? It's just a nice leisurely little time spender. Oh, hello there, Nobby Styles. Oh, no. I'm glad you enjoy. I'm happy to please. You went up to 1,300 on the weekend. Nice. Doesn't it feel good? Feels satisfying. I'm glad you enjoy this, Siler. Last messages you sent are still visible in chat. Yeah, Brock. Yeah, I've had to deal with the eyesore of those emotes for the past several Why? Camera, please. What on earth is happening to the camera? The eyesore of those EDM music emotes for the past several streams. Because they're just there constantly. It's good emote, but very distracting. Oh no, intelligent marksman, oh no. Okay, fine. Give him something to shoot. Okay, so we'll do this. And then this. And this. Yeah. I'm okay with this. What program do you use to show multiple chats? It's called Restream. A great many bots have that functionality. Restream is not unique in that matter, but they're quite capable. I don't mind using them. Although, what I've done is my favorite bot. So I'm testing out Restream, but so far my favorite bot is actually the caster bot, like CASTR. It's just better in my opinion. But I'm giving the Restream bot a chance to see if it works out well. I suspect I'm going to not be using it. It's near tech time. Let's cause some problems, shall we? Let's open up a new front. I still need more consistent chaff clear, and I may have to rely on these guys for it, which is not amazing, I think. But let's do this and this. Because if our opponent invests more into chaff of any kind, then we're gonna suffer. Alright, Rhino doing Rhino things. You'll love to see it. Yeah, we're suffering quite heavily to crawlers on the left. Like, very heavily to crawlers. That's what rhinos are for. The cracked version of this game. I don't know if there exists a cracked version. This game has a lot of server-side stuff. I don't know what their security is. I mean, it's not... I've not heard of any kind of cracked game here. Early dying star a little too spicy. Oh no. Heavy Overlord. I wouldn't mind grabbing this. This would be a beautiful tech switch for later on, given our opponent's elected strategy. Let's see. Let's do extra tank or rhino. Let's go rhino here. Put this guy over here to solve this problem. And then we should do... Crawlers are not particularly necessary for us right now. Just add another set of DPS here. Oh, I had a lot of fun last night. I was playing some Starship Troopers with friends. We had a 12-man party going. It was great. It was beautiful. So he's attempting to use the arc lights as a sniper type unit, which actually works really well. Does require that he have them leveled up, which is unlikely to happen very well. Although at least one of these got some heavy XP for killing that rhino. Yeah, this one. The problem with arcs is that they are generalist units and they don't do much well. Notice how he used 3 arcs to kill that rhino, which worked, but he had to use 3 of them. And the only way to make up for that deficiency is to have an arc that's like level 7+, which he's not seeming to get the opportunity to do. I'm okay with this. Don't care. Let's see. If I were to get this guy, suddenly he has an even rougher time of things. Alright, let's get this, and what else? How about one of these? How about this instead? There we go. Starship Troopers looks like a beautiful, frustrating mess. It is. It is. Though frustrating is not... Frustrating is not the word I would use to describe it. I'm sure some people would. So here's going to be a fun one. If you guys watch this top right corner. It's going to be... It's going to be a comical mess. Look at all those balls. Oh, they're level 2 balls. So they do actually kill the rhino. Sadness. You can swear. You can swear. I elect not to because I much more enjoy the colorful language opportunities. Every moment of vulgarity is a moment that you can spend doing something more entertaining, more enjoyable, more satisfying. You're guessing a Restream doesn't support Kick yet? You are correct. It does not yet support Kick. They have announced that they support Kick, which is why I went to test out their bot. But it's only partial support, so that's just how that works. Amp core? Yes, because doubling down is good. never played X4. X4. I've played 4X, which is not anything like X4. So, no. Okay, so I need two things here. One, another rhino. Two, hopefully another set of snipers. No, we'll get tank. This rhino is going to come in from this side here. A little bit delayed, we can smash it like so. And this tank, also this side, because why give them an opportunity to function when I can just not? You know what? Let's also do this side here too. I like that idea. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Button on Rhino would be funny. It would be. X4 Foundations. You think you got that on your wish list? Something to think about. I'm just not super into the X4 style, like the turn-based tactics. Just not really my thing. My opponent is getting wasps. And I don't have any real anti-wasp. Okay. Look at all those balls doing terrible, terrible damage to my rhinos. Yeah, button on rhino would probably be a good call. Yeah, I'm definitely struggling for anti-chaff here, as we're seeing. Although, we're now struggling because I need anti-air swarm and anti-ground swarm. And you know what handles that well? It's Mustangs. As much as I would love to get button, we need something to handle this. Or we're just kind of gonna die. Yeah, okay. We will buy out here for some upgrades. And we go. Called it! Our opponent is investing heavily into... Oh, I really should have gotten this upgrade here. I didn't. I can't afford it right now. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. Excellent. You think it's a space game like Elite Dangerous? Okay, so there's a few different games I could refer to. I should ask the original. All right, who asked the original question? Honest Goose. Which game were you referring to? Rhino's having a bad day over there is what he's having. All of our Mustangs are getting baited off to one side, and that's really bad. Look at that. So those crawlers baited all of our Mustangs to one side, which unfortunately leaves the crawler swarm to move around, which is not amazing for us because we had the counter to the units, and just for positioning reasons, we lost this round. And is that going to be it? That's just it. That's the game. We went from, like, I had the right units, just misplaced. I placed them in the wrong spot, and so we lost. That was entirely a positioning issue. Well done. Referring to the space exploring game X4. It's a very buggy but fun game. Build spaceships, fight in it, do some trading, basically build empires. Ah, isn't that the one by, is that Microsoft doing that? I haven't looked into it too much. It was on a list of things that I looked into once and determined that it was not something I wanted to spend time pushing through because it was like a disaster of a release. and then just didn't look into it more. Deciding I would check back on it later, and then never did. Let's see. X for foundations. Yes, I remember this. Yeah, this was a disaster piece when it was put into like early access, and I was just like, no, we're not gonna check on that later. Now, maybe later. Reminded me a bit of, well, kind of sort of like Elite Dangerous, if I recall correctly. Although, very different goals and implementation. Like the vibe was very Elite Dangerous. The intended feel. Managing logistics and the like. Yeah, I think I want to know. I think I know how I want to do this. Do I care? Not really. What just happened? Oh god. It begins already. Also, I put our positions wrong. Again. So this man bought out turn 1 for Vortex, or a Vulcan. So this round is going about as well as I could have hoped for. Painfully is the option. Okay. Well, this one's rough. Literally all of these are amazing. Alright, what did he pick? He picked heavy hackers. We're gonna look out for hackers. Break this guy, and then move on. I just do them colored laser sights. That's kind of a lot to deal with, yes. And of course, because this is an item, it is immune to EMP effects, which is just beautiful to see. And we get to keep the shield for next time, which is going to be terrible for our opponent to deal with. Speed spec. How much of this do I actually want or care about? I may as well take this because my wave is largely immune to it right now. Just going to make my opponent have a bad day. So, how do I want to deal with this? I think we do this and this. Put you... You see, I meant to put the tank one further back so I could fit these guys in here. So now I just got to do this. And then this. Let's see how the back door works. Stormcaller. Stormcaller. Yep, that's what we were looking to deal with there. But they are going to get it. And by it, I mean our buildings. Though it shouldn't matter because it's just a few... It's just a few crawlies. And they don't have anything left to do anything with it, so... Our big boys will survive to live another day and to do more damage. Well, that sniper is picking apart our tanks. Which is annoying, but not particularly relevant to the outcome of this. It is inconsequential. Will this game get modding support for stuff like Direct Strike? I haven't the foggiest idea. I doubt it. Doubt it highly. Tech spec. Going Giant Hunter because this is already happening. Need to add one of these in the back here. And just one more energy shield. I wouldn't mind upgrading fangs here either. Like, these fangs are going to be used. Okay, he's hitting me with the rod, which actually should kill... Oh, did it not? Oh no, it's only 70,000 damage. So it survives with a sliver of HP left. Which means it does all the damage in the world. Hacker gets through to do hacker things. And we just punch. I love to see it. Mods would be cool. I hesitate to imagine what mods would be able to do here, with the exception of add more units. Which, while fine, isn't, you know, usually how things get. Okay, yes. So what we do here is we do this, 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 and we lopside this. Do we lopside this? Yes, we do. We split them up a little bit. Put another shield here. The reason for this is because it does comical levels of damage at this stage. Alright, so we've got ranged and HP regeneration on the hacked unit. Combat camera, look through the eyes of the unit. Would be cool. I agree. Would be quite cool. Oh, the camera system in general is just a disaster. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum. Look how fast it melts those guys. That tank just ceased to exist is what happened. Bum ba-dum, bum bum bum, bum ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Didn't even get to upgrade our dude for even more damage. I could have given him another 125% damage and massive range. Just bake the entire field. Oh well. Bum, ba-dum. Mods could go full circle. This seems at least somewhat based on the StarCraft mods, so mods can take this and make StarCraft. They probably could. Like that, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. But as it stands, this isn't exactly a sandbox type game, so yes, mods, I'm sure would be cool. Somebody's got some good ideas for it. I'm not going to discount them. It's just the ideas are kind of sort of limited. Hello there, Mad Dog. Welcome in. Really anything just to fix the camera. Like, why does it have so much it's not even camera shake. It's like constant camera sway. Ukrainian build tower says Warhammer 40k skid mods. Now you see, now that right there, that's the real modding. That's the real moneymaker. Warhammer inevitable. Obviously, you can't go wrong with Warhammer. How's the single player experience? This is not a single player game. It has a training mode, like a tutorial. That's your single player experience. This is going to be a terrible round one for us, is what this is going to be. It's got Rhino spec too. Ugh. Okay. These Star Wars blaster sounds. Can you imagine? I mean, the snipers kind of sort of sound like Star Wars blasters. Kind of. I can always save and just drop 2 tanks next round. I can. Though I am going to need to get hackers fairly early. Our opponent is Rhino spec, so we're going to have to deal with a Rhino, which means hackers. Improved Overlord would be nice. Let's grab a haste module and go heavy tank. With 1 flank of our own. We'll start the flanking early. I will side load here. Like so. Stormcaller. This man bought for a Vulcan this early. I mean, I can't be too beat up about it. Kind of important to see if you pick the anti-hack item before making hackers. So you say that, but if the man's going to go multiple rhinos, then it doesn't really matter if he picks the anti-hack item. I just have to accept that one of his rhinos won't be hackable. Didn't go for the anti-hack item, though it may appear again. Is not out of the loot pool. That hero tank on the left going for the last stand of the ages. God, just the haste module on tanks is so fun. Just so good. How does the prediction thing work on top? Gambling. That's how it works on top. However, that is strictly for people in-game. There is no Twitch integration for it. So you don't get... You, the viewer, don't get to... Twitch integration. Chat integration. You, the viewer, don't get to do predictions. Although... we could do predictions, just regular predictions in chat. But that's not something I've got set up at the moment. Alright, so now we're going to have to deal with a Rhino. And there's an anti... I think what I do is I pick... oh my god. I think I pick this to get it out of the loot pool. Because we're going to have to deal with this guy. And then I do this. Like so. And upgrade this guy and one of these. I think it truly doesn't matter which one I put this on. It probably just don't put this on anything. Does it matter if I... Let's do this, just in case he puts it there, you put it on that side. Okay. Guessed wrong. Alright, so now we're gonna have to deal with this. He's got Mustangs and a Rhino in front. Hacker got targeted first, not big surprise. We take the building because haste tank strong. The enemy is attempting to take our building and will inevitably get it. Question is, how much damage do we sustain while that's happening? Other than a lot, oh my god. Okay. We are going to get the building, which means we turn and wipe out the enemy forces. Great. Surprised I didn't get the plus 100 damage put on the hacker you plan on making. I would rather not have to deal with unhackable rhinos, but that's strictly a defensive play. Okay, nano repair, increase HP, grab increased HP. Yeah, because he got this for the extra damage. So now I need a hacker back here with something that can deal with Mustangs and a Rhino. Which is none of this stuff. Like, realistically, I have nothing to deal with this. I could get Fangs, which would... Does he have... Oh, he doesn't actually have the splash damage on it. Okay. problem with Fangs is they don't deal with the Mustangs. Now I need to deal with the Mustangs. So I'll do that. Should help here. I could really use the energy shield on this. That would be nice. Let's grab this. Let's make this go away. There. Okay, so now we should be hacking that rhino. Which you love to see. Okay. The chances that we successfully hack that Vulcan are quite low. Yeah, we don't hack the Vulcan. We just don't have the damage for it. And this rhino is absolutely going to do nothing for us. Other than, you know, feed the Vulcan even more. Plus 200 damage would be a godsend here. Oh yes, could you imagine? Okay, we've dealt with the rhino. Now we just need to deal with the front line. Couple ways of dealing with it. Tech spec time, electromagnetic impact time, photon emission is going to be painful. I'll take tech spec because we're about to get tech. Let's see, I need bubble shields. I could use a second hacker here. Help out with this. Upgrade tank. I need to deal with this over here, and for that, a tank over here would be, I think, the reasonable call. The hacker bubble will assist versus this, but I think it won't solve the problem. And that makes me sad. So we're likely to lose this round again. Bleeding more HP. And plus 100 attack. Good. Oh. Well, that's a decision and a good tech switch from him. Okay. The question is, do these fangs beat this overlord? Not with that regeneration on it. I don't have anything to deal with that. Okay. This calls for EMP snipers, so it would seem. Okay, we likely get the Vulcan this time. For whatever that's worth. The Vulcan kills all the snipers. Or Melty Boy, yes. But yeah, we have no anti-air on the field anymore, so he just wins this by default. Honestly, Melting Point's probably the more appropriate option. We have one Mustang that we stole from him is our only anti-air. Oh god. Good news is we're winning the ground and we're winning it pretty hard. So that's cool. He doesn't have Mothership. Honestly, I think Phoenixes are the probably the better option. Phoenixes, they can get around quicker, they can react to more things, they're more versatile. Phoenixes just destroy overlords, they're cheaper. What possible reason would I have for not going Phoenixes here? Okay. buy out for range. I'll do this. Put this guy here. And then clear some of these out quicker. Okay. It's ground cannons, is not terribly unexpected. You start hacking this guy. Great, great, love to see it. And away goes his Vulcan onto my team. Only thing I have to look out for are those Mustangs, which are going to be a problem. But the Mustangs do in fact die to our ground units. The problem is that our Phoenixes are in front of it here. And one Mustang does not defeat all of this. So our opponent will win this one once again. We need a higher commitment to that left flank so that our Mustangs don't get in front of things. We also need... I'm sorry, Mustangs. Phoenixes don't get in front of things. And... what else? Super heavy armor? Oh, that just sucks to be me. Okay. I could tech switch into super melty. It does have EMP snipers available. I feel like I commit heavier into the Phoenixes and let that go. Okay, so these guys should go over here. These should clear this out faster. Let's try clearing this out even faster. Deal with this. Upgrade you, upgrade you. Okay, he's got some Mustangs over there. That's going to be a concern to me. He sold or moved? He sold it. Okay. Our emergency backdoor protection should defend against those Mustangs, although we'll lose the Phoenixes. We still have tanks on the front line, so our Mustangs are not getting overrun there. Or our Phoenixes. I keep calling them Mustangs. Their Mustangs are not overrunning our Phoenixes. Okay. God, losing the building is so painful here. Yeah, it's too much. Ah! He's starting to scale too hard. And every single one of these helps him. None of them help me. Which is just the worst thing to see. Alright, so let's try tech switching here in desperation. Managing to clear that up somehow. This is likely the last round for us anyways. Grab this and let's go for it. Yep. If he gets this, which is very likely to happen, then we're gonna be in big trouble. Yep, there it is. Melting point, slightly off position. If it had engaged this overlord first, we'd have been... I was thinking he was gonna put this guy on this side where the crawlers were, but he put it into this side on the right front. Well, we tried. We took the gamble. Rather, he took the gamble and won. So fast. I would have done it too. It's so close. Okay. Well played, well played. GG, GG indeed. Phoenixes, I still think were a reasonable call. I still think they were a good call. Just positionally, I needed to have them in the back, not in the... I needed to have them all the way in the back, not in the side. Because I didn't have any... They didn't have any units in front of them. So that's an issue. Crawler sledge. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so what do they have? They have Stormcallers, Fangs, and a Rhino Specialist, so we'll get pseudo-defensive with this. Spread out a bit more. Stormcallers are incredibly good here against this player, so I'm going to go Stormcaller myself. There. My opponent also going Crawlers. Hello there, Andromeda. Welcome in. Is there a build that you can fill this guy with an obscene amount of missiles? Not really. I mean, the rockets, I guess you could build like 6 Stormcallers and overload them so they fire twice as fast, which is a lot of missiles, but define obscene. Alright, so because my opponent started a Stormcallers and I have tanks, the ideal goal is to outlevel his Stormcallers with the tanks, such that the tanks have sufficient HP to just not care about the Stormcallers. It's time for chunky mechs? Probably. Very probably. Let's see, subsidized arcs. Arcs would be reasonable here. Arcs would certainly be reasonable here, as would photon coating. Let's get one more of these and one more of these. This would be a mistake to have these so close together. That's not much better. Okay, what have we got? Oh, that's gonna be perfect. Okay, so they're trying explicitly to deny the XP on my tanks. Fortunately, these tanks are going to survive due to the photon coating we put on them. And that extra set of tanks on the right conveniently deals with all those crawlers. Unfortunately, they did hit my tanks on the left, so no XP for those tanks. And it looks like the crawler war, we lost the crawler battle on the left as well. They've got 4 units of Stormcallers, which is a lot of Stormcaller, and I will likely be going up to the same unit composition. Oof. Pain. Haste module. Extended range Vulcan. Cool, cool. Put a haste module on you. Extra Stormcaller. Extra tank. And now we want to get these guys leveled quickly if possible. Okay. This should do nicely there. And here we go. They got their Rhino, they put it on the side, so we're going to have to deal with that. How do I want to deal with that? Phoenixes don't particularly sound amazing to me here. I know another unit that does. This man already has wreckage recycling. He's got a vampiric Rhino. Okay. What about air switch, since they only have land control? If we do aircrafts, then we lose the land, and then we lose half the game just outright. Because we lost the land, which kind of defeats the purpose of fighting back for the most part. Hacker? I don't know if I want to go hacker here. He's got nuke, so maybe, but I don't think hacker is the call. I fully expect this player not to develop other units which are vulnerable to the Rhino, so me getting a hacker going is a heavy investment into something that this player invested essentially nothing into. Steel balls are an option. Steel balls would actually be a great option. They also double as chaff to clear. I think we go for this instead. He fully sold it. Okay. I guess I can live with that. He's got a level 2 overlord. Oh no. So he's done the same thing I have. Just other side. And with a higher level. And also with an orbital barrage of missiles. So as it stands, no one here has anti-air, with the exception of the Overlord. The difference being his Overlord is better than mine by more than 2-fold. So, not a great situation for me specifically. Which is pretty yikes. Oh, it's rough. Yeah. He's basically gonna one-shot. Yeah, he one-shots my Overlord. Oof. Okay. The tech switch out of him. Quite the good. Alright, in that case, did he level up? He did not. Neither did I. Tank's still great for dealing with the ground units. So I'm fine with that. Question is, how do I handle this? He does have field maintenance. I think we hold this left side pretty well if it's not for that Overlord. Yeah, he's got another Overlord. Okay. I think I'm making the right call here with the Phoenixes. Phoenixes will wipe out the Overlords. They scale harder than Overlords do. And as long as we are winning the ground, which we seem to be doing due to our heavier investment in the ground, our Phoenixes should have all the time in the world to clean those up. Problem solved. Ta-da! Okay, so from this situation, attack spec, redeploy. Oh my god, redeployment is scary here. This is so scary here. Would this help me? Not particularly. My units are in a position that don't particularly need to be deployed. The opponent is playing aggressive, I'm playing defensive. I don't really need the redeployment here. Unless he does something incredibly difficult for me to handle. Which I haven't seen him do yet. What did he invest in? Mustangs for the anti-air. Okay, so he's going to be investing into the anti-air Mustangs, which will wipe out our Phoenixes for so long as we lose the ground battle. But I can stop that from happening. He's got missile interceptor as well. And the reason I can stop that from happening is because I have access to Stormcallers with incendiaries. So he'll have to decide between dealing with the Stormcallers and dealing with the Mustangs, or the Phoenixes. Which would be a very difficult thing for him to do. So now we build more Stormcallers. Or, never mind, we just win the game outright. I didn't realize we were winning that hard. Okay. Well done. Ta-da! Yeah. Good decisions were made. Air to ground wins again. Air to ground, best to ground. Time to stretch is what it is. Stand up. One other reason I like these kind of games, I can be dancing the whole time. You guys can't tell the difference. Doing my best Helltaker roleplay. A10 go. Brrr. Yes. How does co-op change this game? It makes the waiting period between everything unbearably long. Because instead of having to wait for one player, you have to wait for 4 players. Instead of having to walk across one map, you have to walk across 2 maps. It just doesn't get better. Alright, there's the reeks of Stormcaller. SU-27 go brrr. The 27 doesn't have that much. 27 drops bombs, okay? It's not a bird kind of gun. Actually, you know, The 27, it does have a pretty nasty front. It does have a pretty nasty main gun. I will give it that. It does have a bird, yes. It's not A10 levels, but it does have some. It is quite notable. All right, we'll sideload these guys. Have them coming back here. Front and center with those. Okay. Excellent. Better HE shells, worse AP shells. It also doesn't have magazine. It's not an A-to-ground type aircraft. It's designed to do air-to-air stuff with like 4 seconds of bullet ammo. Which, not that the A-10 has a whole lot more, but there's a fundamental difference. One is meant to destroy tanks, like a column of tanks with overwhelming bullet. The other one's meant to blow a wing off an aircraft. They're not the same. But it does make a beautiful sound, though. Like, both of them are quite satisfying. You said the wrong plane, you meant the 25, not the 27. Okay, I see how it is. Let's do this in case this man ever decides it's a good idea to get shields. Do the balls, melting points, do void ray ramping damage? Yes, yes they do. Except unlike void rays, it ramps infinitely, as far as I can tell. Effectively infinitely, and just burns through absolutely everything. Like, period. This man does have access to missile interceptor. Okay. Mustang's coming in clutch for him, clearing out the balls. At least on that side. Means I need the what is it called? Arc lights on this side. Yes, the 25. Yeah, the 25 is basically an A10, but Russian. Or at least that's the idea of it. That 27 is the air superiority aircraft. Everybody up in here with all this guns and jets knowledge makes you get the feeling of like a Canadian in a room full of Americans. Oh no. I don't want any of these. We're skipping. Upgrade my balls. Do I want more balls? I want one more Stormcaller. And I need 2 arcs. Okay, Stormcaller on the side. And there's arc here. Arc here. And the I don't even want to missile something. This man fully just dropped an overlord on my fields. You are a mad lad. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Okay, so we don't have any anti-air, so he wins this round. Even the 25 is kind of mad on the gun side. Yeah, but it does have Burt, though. So, like, that was the point. Like, it's... that is one thing that a lot of the Russian stuff does pretty well. They do like to have them big bullets. And I don't blame them. Like, autocannons, the Russians tend to perform. They tend to have the nice stuff. I can't complain about it. Overlord is bad in this situation. Kinda, sorta. This doesn't get him anything other than 1 round win. Because by investing into an Overlord, it doesn't beat anything I have on the field. Like, it doesn't help him, it just wins him the round. So now I have to deal with the Overlord, and what's he gonna do? Not kill... Like, look at all the ground units I have. My ground units are wiping the floor with his and doing anything I want. He still has to stop my ground units or he's going to lose the game. So now he has to invest into those. Congratulations, he won a round. But what he invests in means that his Overlord is undefended from anything I want to do to it this round. And just the question is, what do I want to do with it this round? It's gotta be these. That's just how that goes, isn't it? Okay. Okay, I can live with this. His missiles should probably take out a couple of my Stormcallers. Oh, they took out 8 of them, which means that he's going to have the advantage in this round. Their worship ASM defense autocans are super slick, despite the lacking radars. Oh gosh, did you see that leaked information? It was funny, is what it was. Like at some point, it's like it's sad, but also funny. So like, it is what it is. If it makes you feel any better, you're a PhD student in aerospace engineering. Do you know nothing about what was just being talked about? Yeah, there's definitely a difference in the academic sciences behind it and the military implementation. Used to play a game called the Hawks 2 and on the PS3, and you would just load gun pods in the SU-25 and 810 weapon racks in survival mode. Just turn everything to Swiss cheese. Understandable. I don't want any of these. Like, actually, I just don't want any of these. Moving on. We need you here, and a 1, 2, 3. And what else do we upgrade? So if this man wants to keep developing overlords, they're gonna have a bad day. A really bad day. It's definitely long past due for me to get some chaff of my own. What are your thoughts on Phoenix or Marksman backline, like scaling encounters? They serve different purposes, interestingly enough. The Phoenixes are incredibly vulnerable and near undefendable. So the only way to reliably use them as a backline is as if you were winning the ground to a significant degree. Which is why I'm using Phoenixes now. Of course, my opponent used 4 sentry missiles and wiped out a majority of my ground force. So we're seeing the Phoenixes just get obliterated here. Marksmen are a little different in that marksmen aren't vulnerable to things that have dedicated anti-air, and therefore are harder to get to. In order to get to the marksman, you have to actually clear out all of the ground, which is a much harder task to do when everything else is on the ground. Does that make sense? Otherwise, they perform similar-ish roles. Phoenixes are more glass cannony than marksmen. That makes them more susceptible to overkill, so they die to chaff units harder than marksmen do. And that makes them pretty specific to dealing with giant units and big, thick chunkums. Whereas marksmen are much more generic. Thus, that use different use cases. Okay, so we'll grab Giant Hunter here. I do need to invest more into ground. Not that we are winning, but if I were to get chaff on the field, like say some mechanical division, 2 of these with another set of balls. Another set of balls. I'll put this guy here to eat those, and put this guy here to come in behind. So anything else I want here? We don't particularly need range at this point in time. I wouldn't mind getting Stormcaller range. In fact, let's do that. There we go. Only reason he's winning the ground is the Sentinels. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I don't want to invest in shields because the shields are going to go down super quick because he's got those overlords. He's going to start winning the air here in a moment because I really don't have anti-air aside from the Phoenixes, and he's doing motherships. So I need to invest into anti-wasp, anti-air swarm. And for that, I need either wasps myself, which are a bad idea because he's got a lot of Mustangs set to air specialization, or I need to get Mustangs myself set to air specialization. Both of those would be reasonable. If you notice, we are still winning the ground quite hard. The only question is, do we win the air hard enough to get through the wasps? And for the moment, the answer is yes, but that is likely to change if he gets even so much as like one more overlord. Yeah, okay. Well, there it is. Beautiful. Little Arclight set to AA. That would be another good option, but that requires you to have like level 5 arcs to make them work reasonably well. Another option is for me to go Overlords myself, because Overlords do perform well versus Wasps in these numbers. Let's see, he's got range, Overlord artillery. Questions. Mustangs would be pretty good. They would help clear up the chaff. They would also... Mustangs suffer to the tank line. He's already got Mustangs of his own. Mustangs also die really hard to Stormcallers. Alright, let's grab... I'd like to hear a dark joke. Is it, how many Nidus worms does it involve? Let's see. Anything else here? I just need more money. Missile defense Mustangs? No. You can't have anti-air Mustangs and missile defense Mustangs at the same time, not in any real practical sense. Okay. He doesn't have air spec overlords either. Okay, so we clear out, look at that. Oh boy, but the cloud, he's invested so heavily on that right side. He just added so many more overlord. Okay, yeah, so we win left, lose right. We're still winning the ground on the right, which is good. I may actually want to invest into some Mustangs back there because it's just a little thick. Why am I not upgrading the Phoenixes? Because we're overkilling everything anyways. Like, look, the level 1 Phoenixes are still one-shotting the Wasps. So it doesn't matter if we upgrade them or not. So, like, why would I upgrade them? Wouldn't mind getting launcher overload on these. There we go. Yeah, so we're winning the air on the left hard enough that we swing around and also kill the right, but super mediocre. Alright, we gotta grab this. Mustangs would be okay. God, Mustangs are gonna be so far forward. I can just fight him here, like... What's he gonna do? Fight me? Like, that's the worst case scenario? Like, I don't have to get crazy with it. I just have to fight him. Like, there's nothing silly going on here. I'm not afraid to fight him pound for pound. Although, God, the Mustangs are looking more and more interesting every round. The Overlord just cleaned the Wasps out. It's beautiful. Alright, we're still losing right, which is not terribly surprising given the raw amount of units he's got over there. This guy is super stacked one side. Alright, he takes the building, and we will take his, which is about as good on the timing as we can get for us. I think he actually takes this route. Well, maybe not. Yeah, Launcher Overload aircraft. Launcher Overload aircraft it does a lot of damage, guys. It does a lot of damage. Oh boy, is it a... Yeah, okay. That's a victory. He wants to punch. You don't have to get sneaky with it. I'll just punch him right back. Fight fire with fire, and I burn brighter. Love me acid techno? Yeah, it's okay. I'm glad you enjoy it. I like throwing a little bit in there every so often because you guys know me. I'm big into EDM of all kinds, so I'm happy to throw it in there. Though it's not my favorite. Like, I just can't play my favorites because that's how music works. The way you see Overlords is air-to-ground glass cannons. That's usually what they are. They really are glass cannons, which is exactly what I was using them for in that last match as well. Only playing copyright-free stuff? Not copyright-free, but things that have licenses for. Most of what I would consider to be the greatest stuff is far too expensive to use through any less than famous individual. Like, are you a millionaire? No? Then, good luck. Close, but no. Are game soundtracks copyrighted? They are indeed. Although that's usually not enforced as to whether or not you, usually not enforced. Usually, Nintendo and Disney are known for slamming people with that kind of stuff, but that's just the world in which we live. You were a DJ in Ibiza for 4 years? Oh. This sounds like it sounds good. Oh, that's tempting to tech switch into that one, isn't it? That's real tempting. Oh. Oh, boy. Yeah, okay. Does this reach? No. And if with range, definitely not gonna reach. Okay, so we do this. We do probably 2 more arcs. Arc. Put you here. We can't get any closer because we're already at the edge of the world. Defensive sentries this round. How does he react? Extra units. He's got an Arclight, pair of fangs. Honestly, Storm Colors would be a great call here. Is it possible to win first wave? Like, completely defeat the... Oh my god, this guy took Missile Specialist, didn't they? Yes, they did. Okay. Well, that's devastating. Monster Kite isn't too expensive. You are correct. Neither is Epidemic Sound. Which is the current music read. A League streamer who got permission to use Daft Punk, Lorne, and other artists are just tweeting at them politely. It's funny. You know, it happens sometimes. Just not commonly. Both of these are amazing, and I want this one. Probably should have taken the shield. Either way, Paralyse goes a long way. You here and you here. Nice and centrally located. Start doing some damage. Definitely want range on these. So he's gonna drop another missile there and I can't stop it. Yeah. Does Missile Specialist increase the blast radius too? No, but it does mean that it actually deals enough damage to kill things that would normally be the radius. You know, it's an explosion. It doesn't do flat damage to everything inside of it. It does less damage to things on the outside. So like, do you hear the air tech switch? Yep, I'm fully aware. We have a solution to that problem, though. Extended arc light range, yes please. It's not the solution I was thinking of. But I suppose that'll do. God, if we had more XP in our arcs, I would just go air arcs here, like 100% of the time. But if I attempt to go air arcs, we're just gonna die outright. So we do this with air spec. We put these kind of in the back, because I definitely want them delayed entrance. Oh, I had to deal with the early fortress. Did I miss that? I don't see anything about fortress. Okay, okay. Yeah, those missiles are painful for me. Really painful for me. And I don't have a way of stopping them. Which is the worst bit of this. So he's just going to keep leaking damage onto me. Until I get basically walking shields. Or another solution to this problem. At least it's not crazy amounts of damage every turn. But this may very well just be something I don't have a way of handling. With our current setup. All of this is bad for me. All of this is really bad for me. Okay, so let's do this so we at least have a front line to play with. And This may actually hit the tanks. Let's try it. Those have been toppest tier sentinel missiles for him. At least now we get some crawlers out of that, so we don't entirely lose our front line immediately, which is a good start, at least. Really what I need here, I think, more is arc range, so we can more reliably clear out those chaff and get onto the tanks with our DPS. Not that we have a whole lot of single target DPS here. Stormcrawlers also don't count. Yeah, that's it. It's too late. Those sentinel missiles are just too much value early game. We're not gonna... It's not gonna happen. It did not happen. Units too close. They chased... There was an issue of two parts. One, my units were a little bit too close together, so they were all relatively damageable by a single thing. Second, my opponent placed a unit in front of them such that all of my units would conglomerate into a single ball and chase them down. Which, well, you saw the effect. Am I playing the tournament later? I don't intend to. I don't much care for such things. Mechanically, the tournament is exactly the same as a regular game, except that you have to wait for people, which is less enjoyable. Okay. Our opponent is quick supply specialist, so they'll have far more units on the field to start than we will. Yep, they hurt a lot. Everything is they. Oh, please don't let him get the tower. Okay, good. Well, hello.
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch coming in from Crazy Moose. How you doing?
Afternoon, INC. Took a break from Satisfactory for this. As a 6th
Ayo.
student, I already hate and love it.
Oh gosh. Why am I not surprised? Can we get a little bit chat for Crazy Boost coming in with that nuclear launch? Well, you know, Satisfactory is a good game. I actually haven't played Satisfactory in a while. The game I'm hyped is a strong word. But the game I'm looking forward to of that style is Dyson Sphere program, because the new update is pining to have some amazing, great stuff in it. And that's gonna be some time of my life consumed. Honestly, Marksman are probably the right call here for me. Or Super Arc Lights. Super Arc Lights, I think. If I can start scaling one side. Alternatively, tanks are not the worst thing to invest in here either. The problem is that he's outscaling me here in terms of XP gain. So Oof. Okay. Yeah. So his level 2 snipers one-shot my level 1 tanks. And his level 2 tanks are just tanky beyond my ability to realistically handle them. Which will be a major concern. The issue here is that we're using the same units for things, except his units are just higher level. So... like, there is no real way for me to fight this. I have to switch something up. Yeah. It's getting even more into his favor. Okay. This might be enough, maybe? He's got level 2 snipers now, but I have level 2 tanks. Ah, the shield loss. Okay. Quickly learn that constraints are assemblies, not logistics. Oh no. Yes. Storms are decent against tanks and good versus marks and fangs. Yeah, the question is whether or not I want to try to get them here. Not convinced it's a strong play. So remember, his tanks are already starting to level up, which is just going to be an issue for me to handle. Especially with storms. I think I'm going to need the storms just to clear out those shields. Otherwise, we're just not going to get to his shield in a reasonable time. God, it is painful to see my tanks just taking hits and not being able to shoot back. Okay. But air units work here to bait snipers? Kinda, sorta. I mean, yes, but again, I have no means of protecting them, so that would be a 1-round win and then a waste of money for every 2 round afterward. So, yes, but also, why would I do that? Like, what good would that do me is the question. Risking it. Alright, so this will be a guaranteed round win for him, for I have no anti-air. Which is starting to be a great call on his part, because he's running me out of HP. And going Phoenix here would just be a mistake, I am fairly certain. Those missiles are going to be incredibly powerful for him, because I don't have shields. The Stormcallers are doing good Stormcaller things. Shields are falling, and fangs are exploding. Unfortunately, the storm colors really don't do all that much to tanks. At least not at this stage of the game. So that's just unfortunate. Are we on lethal here? We may very well be. Man, does it even have sniper upgrades yet? Oof. Oh, I think this game is over. I have to agree. The question is, how do I make an effort to survive from here? Definitely need that to hold the line. I think I actually need snipers. So, okay, so I need anti-air. Melting points can work. Wasps can work. Mustangs don't work here. Snipers can work here. Problem with snipers, of course. Phoenixes would work, of course. Phoenixes and snipers and melting points die to their snipers. So, you know what? The worst that can happen is we die, yeah? Okay. Put you here. And you here. Crawlers from behind, which I'm not sure how much that does against me in this lineup. I'm not sure the positioning mess ups. It grabs some of my wasps, which is a concern. My wasps are also getting in front, which is another concern. They have shields on the wasps. Okay, yeah, so I'm losing here. The wasps managed to get in front, which I shouldn't have been too surprised about. But given that wasps are my only anti-air, I'm guaranteed to take, look at that, the wasps are over here engaging tanks instead of over here. Yeah. I'll play it out, but I'm guaranteed to take 800 damage this turn, and it's going to be more than that. Although, we did pretty much win the ground. Yeah, I can toss surrender here. He doesn't want to watch it, so we'll give them the well played. I think my mistake was going with the arcs instead of snipers. I just didn't have enough single target DPS over the course of that. Snipers would have been good. Phoenixes would have been a mistake, in my opinion. It needed to be marksmen. Marksmen were the appropriate unit. Was my longest match ever? I have no idea. Matches in this one don't last particularly long. This is not a game that drags on for substantial periods of time. Let us go. Oh boy. I have an idea for this. The level 3 marksman, man. That messes up so many things. Okay. Like if it just wasn't the level 3 marksman. Oh no. Alright, well, we'll have to give this a shot anyways. Okay. So he's investing heavily into the chaff units. Understandable. What else is he getting here? Why is the level up scaling so harsh? That's what they wanted to go with. I don't blame them. It's rough. So because he's got such a heavy investment in the marksman, I'm not going to be able to get ahead of him in marksman. I was thinking of going phoenixes, and I may just go phoenixes anyways. But marksman beat phoenixes like 9 out of 10 times. So if I go phoenixes, I could reasonably expect to get defeated in the snipe off. However, I do have arcs on the field, meaning I'm likely to have an advantage in the ground in the anti-swarm departments. Even here we see that I've won the swarm battle. We have crawlers chasing after his sniper, despite him having an entire extra unit of crawlers. This means that this could be time where phoenixes are dealing damage to the snipers, but the snipers cannot fire back. But this is going to be fighting on a knife's edge with combat that is... The difference between winning and losing will be so thin that it will be very difficult to gauge. But it is what I am choosing to try. I don't even know that I want to get level ups for these things. I need units more than I need anything else. Pray for speed specialist? I don't see how speed specialist helps us here. This is going to be a ranged battle. Like I just don't have the money for things. Okay, you're gonna level up. Here. Yeah. It is satisfying to see Stormcolor missiles. Yeah, actually, it is. Can we see some 2v2 gameplay, or is 1v1 more fun? 1v1 is much, much more fun, at least in my opinion. I like by a lot. We are getting flanked. I can live with this. That hurts a lot. So we are going to lose this round. At least I expect to lose this round. Extremely heavily. Yeah, there's no way. Like, this is going to be devastating. At least we shouldn't take too much damage. Mostly because no one has units on the field. I'm curious as to what your mindset is as to the interest in speed specialist. As to what speed specialist would do here. Ah, intelligent marksman. My dude! Like, how am I supposed to beat that? I just have to tech switch into marksman now. Like, okay, like, I can't. This hurts. This hurts so much. And you over here. Oh, this is a marksman war. Stormcallers on the front. Let me just sell this. At least I'll get some money back from it. Get range on you and upgrade you. Like, that's not... And... Okay. This is not a situation that is... This is getting RNG'd out of the game. This is what getting RNG'd looks like. Oh boy. Okay. Good thing we did the sniper switch.
Time to stretch.
I just sat down. Crazy moves coming in with the support, reminding us all to stretch those limbs, stretch those legs. Snooper Rufus. Oh no. Yes. The shield, it lives. Also didn't really take damage, it didn't do much. Enemy rolled a nat 20 in that RNG. Yes, yes they did. Incendiary is strong, especially for me against my opponent. Let's ignite our half of the map. Let's do this. Sniper, sniper. Arc. I desperately need to invest into levels here. That's just, it's not gonna happen this round. Oh, what are those units? I expect my opponent to win this round due to, well, energy shield difference. Although all of those crawlers burn, which is satisfying to see. Did he get Stormcaller? He got Stormcaller Flame already? Okay, that's a decision. When is the Star Sector Pirate Run? I do not have a time for you. Eventually. I hesitate to put a time on it because Mechabellum is doing well, and I want to keep it doing well. Alright, so I do want range on these. I've got range on these. I need to keep the upgrades rolling so we don't fall too far behind. So otherwise we'll be in trouble. Big trouble. Let's get... Given the presence of fire soon to be everywhere, I'm not super into the idea of getting a lot more chaff. Probably, maybe some balls. Maybe some balls. Got a sniper here now, directly targeting this arc light. Okay, so we do need more chaff. Pretty flanking crawlers. I mean, it's nice, I suppose, I guess. Okay. Photon emission makes units immune to fire. I'm not sure. I don't think it does. Does it? I'd have to check. Yeah, this is... All of the unit cards thus far have been for the units that my opponent had, and I had to tech switch later. He just has more units that are leveled up, but the same unit type I'm using, that we're using together at this point. So there's really not much. Like this doesn't even help me here because he's got energy shields everywhere. I need to have a pair of these on this side to eat these. And then I need another sniper, I guess. Another Stormcaller, I think, is the better option for now. And we can level... Bring their shields down faster. Range difference. Slam these, and just try not to die super hard. Ah! It's the worst. Okay. Good news is it looks like our nuke is going to be a solid hit, while his is going to be a... His hit more of his units than it hit mine, which is funny to me. Mine actually flattened his snipers on that side, though not his stormcallers. I got ranged, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So right now, the reason we are alive is because my placement is just a little bit better than his. But man, this is not amazing. This is skill spec. Alright, so let's see. Damage received by 16 seconds. Immune to electromagnetic, igniting, and acid effects. So I don't believe it is immune to fire, just ignite. This we do here, like 100% of the time. And we do this to prevent him from doing the same. Upgrade all of these. Extra range, which leaves us with very little money to play with. 2, 3, I only have 4 snipers. Okay. Here goes the level. Here we go. Super Rhino, which we may just flat deal with here, as we do have a couple snipers that will lock onto them immediately. And while they do charge forth and deal consequential damage, they aren't super amazing at it. Okay, so now we need those Stormcallers to bring those shields down so we can get to the snipers. Which they do. God, the Stormcaller range is devastating. Okay. Opponent wins this. Jesus, the range on these is crazy. 260. He's got 260 range on those, which is longer than mine. Alright, so here's a 260 range. What are mine? Anti-interference. I don't much care for any of these. Mine have a range of 220. God. Alright, so I want to stop these from getting in and causing a problem. He doesn't have whirlwinds, so if I were to just put a crawler in front, that should attract them. The snipers can get work done. And then 2 more snipers. With, I think I need the shields more than I need the, much of anything else. So we're putting a shield here. Especially given that my opponent didn't take skill specialist. So he's going to be an extra round behind me and will be casting fire at some point this round. We level you. Now have 400 monies, which I can use to get this, and what else? damage output. Let's take sticky oil bomb and do... No. We'll do... Ah, I didn't cast it. That's a problem. Rhino from behind will get on top of my dudes. And the snipers, unfortunately, are going to take a moment to lock onto them, but they did it. Okay, I'm keen to get sticky oil bomb here, so I'm paying attention to what gets ignited where. The left flank and the right flank could use some sticky oil, so I can cast ignition. Steel balls would be amazing here as well. So we have Nilok 93. Thank you. Coming in with that support. Fort Band playing mech game. Yes. Holy smokes. This is literally coming down to positioning, where my positioning is just that much better than my opponent's right now. It's actually making all the difference, despite him having higher tiered stuff. Like, I don't... It just feels rough. Parasitic ammo. Alright, so which one of you... These guys have had a whopping 3 kills over the course of their lives. Okay, you get this. I mean, look at this sniper here. What's this guy doing? It's dying, is what he's doing. Alright, rapid fire snipe, perhaps. This, we had lots of fire here, so we can do this and get rid of, just capture all of that, make that go away. I wouldn't mind getting rapid fire snipe here. That way we can get more damage quickly. Another big thing would be a wasp switch. But that won't be this round, because I won't lose. I strongly suspect I won't lose if we lose this round. Like, I won't hit 0 life. So next round we can do a wasp switch. And anything else I want here? Not really. Let's just make a mess. Okay. Alright, so all of those units of his are running onto the oil right now and just got ignited, which is beautiful to see. Yeah, we wipe out every one of those crawlers and those mustangs. That was an amazing cast of... Talk about spell casting. And we used his fire to do it, which is just satisfying. God, we do so little damage to him by virtue of, well, him having strong units. The same units. You're thinking of buying this game? Anything to know beforehand? It's primarily multiplayer. It's an auto battler. Do you like auto battlers? Do you like direct Oh. This is the better long-term play. This is the better this turn play. So if you notice, we've got some issues for him to deal with, to say the least. Okay. Keep these leveled. The shields are MVP. We may overinvest into shields this turn, which is, I guess, not an overinvestment. Hit max level sniper, so that's great. Okay. I would like 2 more shields. Here and here. I would also like these with a buyout for a 3rd. And that's not where I wanted them, but you know what? I can live with that. Because they're gonna eat sniper shots anyways. So we have napalm fire everywhere. We have nuclear fire on the left. And we have lightning fire on the right. The nuclean's wiping out the left field. As you see, there's nothing left on the right because weather. And then in come the wasps and the rest of our units to clean everything up. So this was an incredibly one-sided round. Mostly because I nuked him, among other things. That was devastating. Flanking Rhino into a level 9 sniper, gotta love it. Yeah, that didn't work out very well for him. I feel like we have to watch the replay just to see what happened there. Because that is a bit much. Bottom is the recent. So that was exciting. Well, hello there.
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
If it isn't Crazy Moose coming in with even more excitement.
Gotta admit, the channel icon fooled me into thinking you were kicking your own butt.
Why? I see. Yes, in the top right corner. You know, I should slide that over to the top left just for this. Yeah. There you go. Ta-da! There we go. Nice. I completely forgot about that. Just like entirely. So I want to watch this again because the last... I could barely see what was going on. There was a rhino over here which I just ignored because it got taken out immediately. The nuke took out a few things. What's my combat power right now? Like 5.5k? Crazy Moose, absolute bombastical crazy maniac. I mean, he is a crazy moose. It's like a deer, but bigger. Phoenixes versus marksmen. What's the difference other than one is flying? You need to buy 2 phoenixes at once. Phoenixes do more damage, have less HP, and have shorter range. And fire slower. So marksmen don't overkill as hard, and they fire faster, and they have longer range. So unless you're specifically targeting a giant unit, marksmen are just better across the board for everything. In fact, the same applies in marksman versus phoenix. In the marksman versus phoenix war, marksmen win pretty hard. Which is an interesting dynamic. But like if you got rhinos on the field that are coming after you, Phoenix just wipe them out faster than anything else, which is great. So basically a sniper but cut in half and given a damage boost. Yeah, pretty much. You scram to your space elves on Rimworld. Oh no. Talk about Crimes Against Humanity Simulator. They kind of changed the game a bit. Did they? This is what it was like in the beta. Like in the closed beta, the open beta as well, like all the tests. Not much has changed, to my knowledge at least. God, he just immediately put that on me, and I had no way of realistically stopping it. Oh boy. Fire strong. At least my fire did a huge amount of damage to him, but like, the difference is big. UI game speed. We're watching someone else play right now, because I want to see what happens. Okay. The Moose Legion will survive the fallout. Yes. The radioactive super boost program circumvents your Geneva Convention on specious technicality. It doesn't need to be humane if you aren't a human. Ayo. Move the stream chat to the left. I could, but then we would get in the way of most of the UIs. Yeah, this mid-game element where he just had the same units but better was crazy. We both took nuke. And gosh, it just hurt my soul so much. If only, if only. Getting all the level ups. This man's still putting sentinel missiles everywhere. By that I mean me. Because they're good. And he's letting me do it. And then here comes the first round of nuke. Yeah. All those crawlers I ran into the middle to chase my units got nuked. Which was super convenient for me. This first round we've won in a while. You're talking to primarying air next game? The idea pains me. That's like saying I'm gonna go to a race and primary bicycle. There's a perfectly good reason to use a bicycle on a racetrack, because something like, I don't know, you're a repair crew that needs to get onto the track in order to fix something and pick something up. But the idea of using a bicycle in like a NASCAR race just doesn't fit my brain very well. This was another mistake on his part, I think. This one was a pretty big mistake, spending all that on rhinos here. Because those rhinos did nothing. Well, I guess it's not true. They did take a few hits. Looks awesome. The nukes do look awesome. They truly do. Those ranged storm collars so strong. Okay, so it's next round, I think. Yeah, he took rhino assaults. Put that over here. I'm just amazed that we got such high level snipers here. Like, he's just investing into some more snipers of his own, it seems. But he only has 4 snipers here. At this point, we've caught up to him in snipers. We have a level 6 marksman. He's got a level 4 marksman, another level 4 marksman. Whereas my other marksman, you know, level 3. So we're catching up to their marksman. That wooden rhino dropping in from behind. And it's making the difference as you see his marksmen are walking out to chase my marksman. But my marksmen, they hit harder now. Is the difference? It's spending that. I think the rhinos was the big change that swung it into my favor. Alright, so parasitic ammo. What did he take? Tank production line. This man fully took tank production line. I can't imagine a world where that's useful. Okay. Yeah, this isn't the final round. Let's see, does he have elite marks? He doesn't have elite marks. That's the difference here. So he's at 180 meters with the snipers. I'm at 204 plus. So our snipers are actually catching up. I liked this play because we cast all this oil here and then, well, my opponent ignited it. He got some Mustangs for the anti-missile, which is just, I mean, it's fine. That's not a bad idea. But at this point, the Stormcallers are not the biggest threat on the fields on my side. Like, they're taking down shields, kind of, sort of, but not really. If you notice, the arcs are the ones getting the real damage done. Like, look at this. This guy has total kills, 3rd place. This arc right here, just on the side. Okay, so this is our final round. He took laser sight, which I was super tempted to take because that is an incredibly useful one. Of course, I took the big one. Alright, so let's take a look at the state of the game here. Let's get closer to the end. Everyone spends their money. Nuke down. Bigums down. Big weather control down. Incendiary down here. Upgrades across the board. Shields up. He's putting sentinel missiles down. And then some wasps. Alright, so this is the state of the board before things actually kick off. My level 9 sniper is 267 meters range over here. It's immediately going to start shooting this guy who has power armor, mechanical ridge, and wreckage recycling, which just does not seem useful to me. They did put the laser sights onto their marksman. It's a level 5 with elite marksman now with the range sights. That's 255 meters. Compared to my 267 here. That's just the difference between a level 9 and a level 5. Like, quite literally, level 5 with plus 35 meters range does not outrange a stock level 9. Period. That's the power of levels right there. Of course, it does outrange my other ones. Like, this is level 6, 243 meters. Level 5, 255 here. At this point, I do have more snipers of higher level than him. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 snipers. He's down to this one, which is just positional confusion to me. And then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 snipers. So we actually have about the same number of snipers. You get another guy over here, which has done nothing this whole game. Not even leveled up. This thing, I don't know what this ever expected to happen. So long as there are, you know, level 5 plus snipers on the fields, getting a level 1 fortress or a level 1 big unit period is never going to live. tank production fortress, as cool as it is, requires that this thing live for, you know, 45 plus seconds, which is never going to happen in a world where you have a sniper war on both sides going on. He does have Missile Specialist Mustang, which is clearing out a lot of my storm colors, which haven't been a fundamental part of my unit composition for a while. As we're using arc lights, you see here this arc light at 212 kills. Let's see, this arc light at 135, this arc light at 66 over here, and this one at 263. Because the arc lights have been doing all the horde clear, chaff clear, not the storm colors. You know, storm color down at 74. This one's up at 134, which is a lot, but it's, you know, a fraction of that of the arc light. As we have that Dapper Cat coming in with the raid. Hello, hello, how you doing? Welcome one, welcome in. Oh, jeez. The Rhino investment, definitely a bit much. But let's jump right into it. As we put our wasps there and ran out of time. Looks like my opponent ran out of time as well. Alright, so, yeah, that Rhino ate exactly one shot. Holy smokes, it just instantly died. Well, welcome in. I hope you guys are enjoying, because things are about to get a little bit more exciting. You fall in love with watching this game? Well, this is an incredibly exciting round. In fact, we had to roll it back to watch the replay because so many things happened all at once that we couldn't keep up with it. As we have lightning strikes all over this place. Massive line of fire over here that's burning every last one of the enemy's units. They tried flanking, and we have a level 9 rapid fire marksman here that just one-tapped everything. As we have missiles flying all over this place. Look at it. It's beautiful. Whoa, lightning strike taking out tanks and everything else alike. Let's see. How long does this fortress last? Another lightning strike. Not for much longer given its current position. I'm curious if we can't really see too much there. Let's go onto this side for a moment. So we have a Rhino who's getting sniped at. And boop. There goes the entire enemy force on the left-hand side. Ooh. Yeah. So we were looking like we were going to win this round regardless of what happened here. But we went out with an extra bang. Like a pretty heavy explosion at the end here. He's got a missile chasing one crawler. Oh no. The enemy snipers facing down the world. Incoming Stormcaller missiles, and the wasps finish it off. It fires in anger at the one last wasp. Well, at one of the many wasps. And that's the end of that. Okay, so I didn't realize just how far behind the opponent had fallen on the sniper count, the sniper levels. It looks like switching so heavily into rhinos instead of dedicating himself more to snipers just meant that he kind of died in the duel. And that's the end of that. Chaff-fed Arclight, very strong. Yes. The tournament going on in like 5 minutes. I'm not super into the tournaments. They take a long time to get going. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting for people to do their stuff. When I could just do a regular match and get the exact same experience with less waiting around. This game needs a John Wick. Oh no. Wreckage Recycle such a bad tech in your opinion? It's fine. The problem I have with Wreckage Recycling isn't that it's a bad tech, it's that it takes the attention of other techs. Let's pause this for a moment. Let's go to... where's Rhino? So I'm going to describe it as two major loadouts for the Rhino. You have... let's go ahead and take this off. we have the kind of sustain build, field maintenance, mechanical rage, and power armor. The idea here is we power armor to immunity to slow and increased HP. We get maintenance to restore our HP, because we got a lot of HP. Our base HP is 19,000. We get plus 25%, gives us, what is that? Another, brings us up to like 20 to 25,000-ish HP, which is a lot of HP. And then we restore 4.5% of that per second. So, you know, we're talking 1.5-ish thousand HP recovered per second, which is a lot of HP to recover. Wait, is that correct? 25 over 4. No, I am wrong. Holy smokes. It's like 6,000 HP per second. No, it's not. It's like 0.6. Oh, what did I need to do the actual math here? Why did I try to bastardize this? Just don't pervert the thing. Do the actual math. Why am I questioning this? 25,000. What is 4.5%? 25,000. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, calculator. I'm not doing that in my head. Could probably do it in my head. Not do it in my head. I was right. 1,125. Okay. Head math was right the first time. God, okay. Why did I doubt myself? Alright, so the idea is you just get thick, you get chonky, you have HP, you walk up with Whirlwind, you punch something, and you have Mechanical Rage to punch something more often and get up in their faces faster. This is the, I have a big unit, I'm gonna walk up and punch something. So that's a realistic option. You could replace Wreckage Recycling with Field Maintenance. You could also replace this with, like, Whirlwinds. If you wanted to do less damage and just survive longer, you could replace Mechanical Rage with Wreckage Recycling if you wanted more survivability at the cost of damage. But if you're going with this kind of lineup, this is the I'm going to walk in and punch things. This is DPS and tankiness. And for that, this lineup is just better than Wreckage Recycling. If you could get Wreckage Recycling on top of this, it would be disgustingly OP. But you can't, so that's just the end of that. Alternatively, you can use these as a kind of one-off. This is the, I just want to drop this and do anything with it, which is usually how I tend to prefer it instead. So no mechanical range, no field maintenance. Instead, I go photon coating, so I can have it guaranteed do something, and then final blitz. So when it dies, it takes something with it. So those are the options to go with. Whirlwinds, I keep it with me because just having it clean up an entire wave of something is just so good. Although, you know, let's play around with, God, that's just too much. Like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. As fun as it is to have this giant rhino that does something, just the amount of times at this stage of the match when you can get rhinos and have them do something before big units come out, like, you know, fortresses, they're like rhinos, but they do more damage and have more HP, so you don't want to send your rhinos against fortresses. Same kind of thing with the melters, the big melty guys. You don't want to have rhinos against them. It just doesn't work. So I find it difficult to justify spending the money on getting all 4 techs. So I don't. I just have the techs that are good for one-offs. Like, if I have the self-destruct, I definitely don't need this guy doing things like whirlwinds and such. So I just don't. As fun as it is to get a super rhino going. Or, you know, an army of super rhinos. He's the meme of a space marine wanting a heavy tanker to drive closer so he can hit it with his sword. Yes. Is meta progression? No, not really. Technically, yes, all of like 30 minutes of it. It's not meant to be meta progression so much as customization. Think of it as customization locked behind a tutorial. Build around it to have something that counters the stuff that counters rhinos for the ultimate rhino action. Don't know if you can. Not without having twice the money of your opponent. I don't like much of any of these starts. Yes, I do. Speaking of which, speaking of rhinos, we could do some rhino gaming here. You guys wanted rhino play? Let's do some rhino play. Let us go. The storm collars probably won't hurt us too hard here. Where's the enemy gonna have phoenixes? You imagine. What was the enemy commander? Giant spec. Okay, I can work with that. We've got balls. Got balls of steel. Okay. Heavy hacker. Oof. Heavy hacker might be a problem against me. Strike spec will take it. Stormcaller is worth it here. Stormcallers wouldn't be bad for me. I don't think they're good for me either. Vulcans would be solid mediocre. Arcs would also be solid mediocre. I think this is a Mustang game. Put this back here. Okay, well, hang off till next round. What did our opponent grab? Nothing! Oh, I just gotta punish him super hard for this then. So we'll lose this round, which is kind of intentional. We're throwing this round. Saving for the next round. I've revealed I'm going Mustangs, it's fine by me. When we get to test it out here, we see the Mustangs in our lineup actually do break the left side chaff, which is what we want. I want a kind of generalist unit that, more importantly, is going to deal with air. Oh, God. Okay, that's going to come in handy here in a moment. Stage 2. Elite Recruit. You here with something, enough space to put something in front. And then we buy out for Whirlwind. Enough space to put something in front. And we go. Alright, Phoenixes. Phoenixes will be a problem, but that's what Mustangs are for. Explicitly gotten Mustangs for this. Rhino walk up and punch. Punch. And Rhino punch. Alright, the question is, do our Mustangs live long enough to get the job done? I believe not, just because we don't have quite enough on the front line to clean this up. It's not impossible, just extremely unlikely. We have 2 Mustangs, and they're going to get slaughtered by the Phoenixes behind. Makes me sad, because they're doing it. Oh well. Is Diablo 4 worth the 109 Aussie dollars? Holy smokes! My opinion, no. But that's my opinion. Smoke bomb is great here. Need a rhino upgrade this than the punch air. Full kaiju upgrade. So we can't get the power armor, which makes them immune to slow. Or can we get photon coating, which makes them immune to EMP? However, what we can get is 2 more Mustangs. Slap these guys over here. And then we go punching again. Rip this rhino in particular. Let's see, they got the damage upgrade on the arc light. Interesting decision. Am I aware of the my march layout often looks like the infamous Horns of the Zulu, Crane's Wings trap. I'm not familiar with either of those terms. I believe I've done enough study of such art of war style stuff that just kind of internalized it and implements it because I can. Just because that's how my brain works now. I don't formally recognize the names, if that makes sense. And we're dead. So that's your Rhino game. That's usually how that goes. Hope you guys enjoyed. When in doubt, a triangle always works. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Why didn't I put the Mustang? Why didn't I put the Mustangs in the back line? I did put them in the I did put them in the back line, which is why they weren't first. Which is why the Mustangs came in to punch things afterward. Famous strats that emphasize bait in the middle and powerful flanks. Yes. He's very good. Very good strategy. I like it. Ooh, temptation. This reeks of marksman spam. Meant over the flanking zones. Oh, oftentimes the Mustangs suffer. So the problem with putting things on the flanks is that it takes time to warp in, and you usually lose the round in which you put. Because of it, you usually lose the round where you put the units on the flank. It's the round afterward where the flank becomes useful, which is fine. It's just makes me not want to put things on the flank, especially given that Mustangs are particularly easy to deal with, and they already had half of the hard counter, or half of the tools to deal with them on the flank. So putting them there would deal with the Phoenixes, but I would still lose the Rhino, and then I would lose a couple Mustangs, only for next round to have an arc sitting there and wipe everything on the field. And then the arc lights, and then the Mustangs would do nothing, because they already like preemptively have the counter to it there, or the solution to it there. But it would probably have won me the one round, because we would get the building, but like, yeah. Even then, it's kind of iffy. Can I show a 2v2? I can, but I don't want to. 2v2 is I can imagine it being a great game mode if I've got someone sitting on voice comm that I just want to chill out. Like if I got a friend sitting on Discord, would not just banter about things. Shield airdrop, elite crawlers. Okay. I don't have any kind of chaff clear or anti-swarm. But my opponent is woefully unprepared for what I'm throwing out there. He did take charged attack. Pretty good versus the balls. Does that help? It helps substantially versus the elite crawlers as well. Although I believe it won't solve his problem. I do need to invest into anti-chaff. Which manner of anti-chaff will we invest in is the question. God, those crawlers. Devastating work. Oh, that's gonna level up this arc. Yep, that's unfortunate. Oof. Speed spec. Wouldn't mind speed spec. Incendiary is also comically effective, and I'm gonna make him react to this. Alright, so do I want more crawlers? No, I need something that's actually anti-chaff. Mustangs are okay. Stormcallers, I think, are the better call here. As well, they're not really anti-chaff. What they are is a way of setting up a killing field. Let's see, how does he handle the crawlers on the side with an arc? Level 1 arc doesn't really handle the crawlers. The fire's doing well. Yeah, the arc just dies the crawlers. Okay, so now I need proper swarm clear. Though I suspect we're going to win anyways. Mostly off the back of the incendiary cooldown. Okay. I can live with this. Deployment specialists. Yes. All upgrade. You upgrade. We need to keep the sniper upgrades going. As long as we only have 3 snipers, but it's fine. I do need actual anti-chaff. So let's get 1, 2, 3. Put you here, you here. Here. Okay. I should make a pretty big difference for us here. Okay, so crawlers, I need shields? Probably crawlers. On there, just to deal with that. Fangs wouldn't be the worst thing to put there either. We do lose this round. That sentinel missile did great work. Amazing work. Interesting that we've chosen very different selections here. Okay, so improved firepower, or all of these are great. I think I'm gonna grab this, so I can throw this on here. Because this man's likely to get shields coming soon. And I can motivate him to do so. If we put this guy here, this guy here. No. little bit stronger if we put it here. He's going heavy into arcs. We really need to start scaling our snipers harder. I don't need high level arcs, I just need something on the field for them. Okay. Crawlers taking the hit they need. Yeah. I called it with the arc in the middle. Deal with those, all those extra units. You love to see it. Our arcs will walk forward and sacrifice their lives. And we still don't have enough chaff clear. Okay. Alright, is this a Vulcan game? This might be a Vulcan game. He's got anti-aircraft munitions. Probably not an Overlord game. He's winning the early game here just super hard. Orbital bombardment. And range snipers. Yes. So put you here. You, I guess we'll just put you here. And here and here and shield for you, shield for you. Let's buy out for 2 more shields for here and for here. Hopefully this covers all the important units. And we let it go. He's not orbitaling me. Interesting. His arcs may have more range than my snipers. They don't, but only just barely. I likely need range on the arcs so we can deal with those fangs much more consistently. Stormcallers are not handling the chaff, which is the usual scenario. Oh, that's the worst case scenario. Okay. Are we dead here? No. But it's painful. It's real painful. Oof. Okay. I should at least soften things up, which is about the best I can hope for at the moment, I think. Need range on the arcs to deal with the chaff a little bit better. Let's get 1 more arc here, like so, and then the shields back. And incendiary here. Alright, so it looks like we're going to hit half of our ability casts here. And with it, we should wipe out a whole lot of their stuff. Good. Love to see it. Okay. He doesn't have range in the storm college, but it just doesn't matter. His stuff is way too high level. Even eating all of that. He got too far ahead in the early game. arcs when they are overleveled are incredibly powerful. What should I have done differently there? What should I have done differently there? I never managed to deal with his fangs. 4 storm colors didn't deal with the fangs. I think I needed to go Vulcans. Okay. Because he just invested hilariously into fangs. And I was never able to get past them. Well, this is going to be a disaster.
Intermittent Ink Viewer here. Thanks for all the entertainment you've provided for me anytime I've needed some chill vibes and good RTS games.
Hey, I'm glad you enjoy. You can get some love in chat for one biased opinion. Coming in with the support, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy, because we're happy to do that around here. That's what we're here for. We'll save it for next round. I have no idea what this man's doing. Mustangs upgrade instead of shields. Problem with Mustangs is that Mustangs die really hard to storm colors. So I hesitate to go Mustangs in that situation. Mustangs also die super hard to arcs, which is also rough to deal with. So Mustangs are not great. Units that would have won there are Wasps, Phoenixes, Overlords. The problem with all of those is that they die incredibly hard the following round. I guess it's just a cheese strat. I think my mistake was picking up crawlers. Because the crawlers, as much as they are good versus many things, the moment my opponent dedicated to go overlevel the arcs, the crawlers were never going to be useful. And that put me behind in the chaff department, because I no longer had access to, well, chaff crawlers. And it also put my opponent ahead in the money department, because I now had spent an additional 400 money on nothing at that point. I think that was the mistake I made there. Okay, so he's got fangs and flies. We can use these to deal with the fangs, and then snipers to deal with the flying things. He's using wasps this turn, which should beat me because I only have the 2 snipers to deal with the wasps, so I fully expect to lose this round. Level 5 crawlers are situational. I've yet to find a situation where they are useful. Which is why I try to pick them, because I'm trying to find a situation where they're useful. It's yet to happen. I don't know anyone else who has managed to answer that question either. Which is, is not amazing. But that's the situation we're in. Okay, so he snipes out the building with the wasps from behind. He'll win this round. But this round says nothing about the state of the game. It just costs me HP. So I'm not really interested in things. Interesting note, despite losing the building, we still won the ground on the left. Which is an interesting note. So that means my opponent's side, left side is weak. And mine is incredibly strong. Crude Overlord. Take orbital here. It's kind of center loaded. More of the same units. There's always the chance that my opponent goes for a wasp play here again, because, well, wasps worked last time. Why not just build wasps yourself? And if he does, I can deal with them. Yeah, so he's nuking this side, but I'm building mostly on this side this time. So we should see victory here. He's investing into more phoenixes. Interesting. Where is he putting them? Off to the side here on the left. Okay. Oh, off to the side on the right. Okay. Alright, you know what? Whoever makes me happy. He's getting more chaff. Okay, so I need some actual chaff clear here. Because he's investing heavily into the swarm units. Very heavily into the swarm units. And tanks, well, they're really not chaff clear. I can go arcs here. I think Mustangs are the call, though.
Plays ACDC, you've been.
Smooth criminal. Which is not ACDC, but the first thing I thought of when you said that. Alright, so opponent's still investing in the chaff. We need to get chaff cleared. This will do. Let's see. Get one of these here. This will help. There we go. Pain not getting the tank upgraded, but gonna do this round. Hey, convenient. He's getting air chaff. Been thunderstruck.
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Crazy Moose coming in with the nuclear launch. You're really going crazy today here, Crazy Moose. Coming in with all manner of support. How many is that today? Too many! Crazy Moose just taking the top of the scoreboard across the super chat for, well, all night it's going to be at this point. Yeah, so this is what happens when your opponent invests into phoenixes and chaff. They die to Mustangs. Can we get some love and chat for Crazy Moose coming in with all of his support? You'll love to see it. Thank you, thank you. Ranged by 12, we become more powerful. Okay, so we're on one. Let's even out our own chaff department. Put you central back here. Have you swinging on the sides. Okay. He's getting tanks, which means I need more snipers. Yeah, look at those Mustangs clearing all the little crawlers incredibly quickly. All we need is snipers behind to do the main single target damage output. You have per diem. That'll do it. Oh boy. As long as you're keeping yourself out of trouble, yeah? Embrace the on the side, you'll lead your forces to victory. Yes. Alright, enhancement module, portable shield. On tank. Let's get more snipe. We upgrade snipe. Put these kind of centrally located here. Let me get another snipe for the side. There we go. Upgrade you. We'll save our money for next round. We can get some more tech. Unless... put a shield here. Shield here. Our snipers will very likely walk out of this shield, but... yeah. Mitigate damage. Are we winning? Yes, yes we are winning at Glavisk. Kind of, actually. I've been sacrificing my HP to get better units than my opponent, and thus far it has worked pretty well. However, two things are happening. One, this round, we are being destroyed because he's got a big button that's going to wipe out all of our units. So we will lose this round quite assuredly. Two, my opponent's getting a little wild with things, and it's resulting in him getting a stab in. So all I have to do is live long enough for my units to actually get their armor into position, and then we'll be okay here. This one's gonna hurt, though. This one's very much so gonna hurt. Oh, God, yeah, that's... this is where it becomes a problem. Is he keeps getting these... if he takes this and then does this, then we lose, so I have to do the same thing to him. This is one of those situations where he's just got so many abilities to cast. It is winning round after round with them. Okay, so the big problems here are getting nuked, which I don't really have a solution for, because it's not something that can really be solved. Like, energy shields are meant to mitigate, but they don't stop, like entirely stop. And he's likely to hit me with another one of these this turn. So, like, it's painful. It's really very painful. I don't mind putting a crawler over here to attract the tanks. Just to delay things a little bit. The longer the delay, the better. Just remove this. And then backdoor protection here. No backdoor in the... Alright, so we've pulled the tanks away from the left. We don't have a whole lot of snipers, and they don't have their marks, their damage upgrade. So we're not super prepared to deal with this many giants. But we're not entirely unprepared, which is nice, as the snipers are getting in their licks. Does he have Phoenix range? Doesn't have Phoenix range. Alright. So, there's a pretty big unfortunate here. And that's he didn't take Skill Specialist. So, he's about to have multiple incredibly devastating abilities available for him to use this turn. Oh boy. Photon Emission helps him a lot more than it hurts, than it helps me. Smoke Bomb or Acid Blast. both of which are a little hard to use in this instance. These tanks are going to... Okay, I think what we do is we use Acid Blast here. And we try to get the tanks. So I do this so that the tanks shouldn't... The shield shouldn't grab it. I definitely want more damage here on the marksman. Come on. Let's get one of these here. Pull off Phoenixes. We are 100% buying out here. Getting another shield here. Another shield here. And what else are we doing? He doesn't have fire. He doesn't have... let's get bonus range and damage, question mark? Or 2 sentry missiles here and... Oh god. Ran out of time. Alright, so the acid lands and starts eating the tanks. Does it also start eating the big tall ones? It eats the center one, but not the sides. Okay. That's a good acid. It's a beautiful acid. This likely wins us this round. Our left side crawlers have made it through. The acid eats the center piece for them. And the crawlers are eating the fortress. And that's it. The snipers clear up everything else. There we go. Another round. Another entire game determined by the support cooldowns. Oh, God. It's like the game is decided off of throwing the dice so many times. The strategy here is to be cutthroat and just gamble. It hurts my soul. That was a good game. It's a very good game. It's like playing poker. It's what it feels like. Marksman Mustang. I don't like starting with Mustangs. Steel Ball Fang. Sledgehammer Crawler. I don't mind Sledgehammer Crawler. Not the worst. Go for it. This game is stressful. It is stressful. Alright. Tanks and arcs. Is there a world in which we don't go for marksman here? I guess there's a world in which we go for Phoenix. But like... But the marksman game. These on the outside, tanks on the inside. Crawlers here. Like so, and go. Alright, he's supply specialist, and he gets 2 marksmen as well. Okay. Hello there, Juxtapose. I'm glad you enjoy. Because it's a, certainly an addicting little game. You were almost interested in playing this. You'll leave it to watching. Oh no. The thing that makes this... So, other content creators, and I've seen a bit of it on my own channel. This is one of those games that people play more than they watch. Because it's so easy to play. It's so satisfying to play. Yeah, that was a one-sided first round, which should have been the case given that we are quick supply spec. We start with more money than they do. Heavy Mustang. Not good versus what he currently has. It would be great future proofing. I'm gonna take haste module. Do that instead. Let's get 2 more tanks. Put you here. Like so. And let it go. Everything is on fire! Why are you like
The
this?
strategy is to plan around the plan that the opponent plans around the plan you're planning around them.
Yes. Yes, that is the strategy. Okay. Opponent, crawlers. So we need chaff clear. What's a good chaff clear? We can do Vulcans, or we can do arc lights, or we do Mustangs. Remember what I said? Mustangs, not a Mustang game? It might be a Mustang game. It might be a Mustang game. Oh no. I like how all these drones are several times the size of humans. Yeah, so the little crawlers, the tiny little blurry things that are just pixels on the screen, those are about the size of a large truck. Like a large pickup truck. These snipers, these level 2 snipers, are actually MVP here because they're one-shotting everything. Oh, it's heavy Mustangs again. Well, I guess we've made our decision. Subsidized crawlers, scary. Okay. What else am I grabbing here? More chafflings. Let's go. I mean, Murphy's Law? Yeah. Alright, so he's investing more into these things. So because Mustangs are generalist units, I expect to lose this one, or at least get overwhelmed by crawlers. However, next round we can upgrade our Mustangs from generalist units to focus on swarm clear, and will then therefore be capable of handling the crawlers. So the Mustangs are not a this turn pick, they are a next turn pick. Looks like it's still enough to win the chaff war, the swarm war. But we lose a unit of tanks in the middle for it. And we're getting... It's pretty bloody here. Like, this is a pretty rough one. If our opponent goes for Stormcallers, we're going to be in trouble. Heavy arcs. Oh, that's painful for me, but I can live with that. Take heavy armor here. Put you... We need this guy here. We need the... There we go. High explosive ammo here. Followed by 2 more snipes, and then upgrade on you. Put you central, and then we need to start getting range on our dudes. Yeah, alright. Good thing we got the snipers rolling. If your opponent goes for Stormcallers, just give them Mustangs, the anti-missiles. Like, nope. So the thing about Mustangs is that Mustangs can specialize into anything, but they cannot specialize into everything. So if they are handling chaff clear, as such as I have them doing, if they're in an anti-swarm role, they cannot also be in an anti-missile role. So I do not have the ability to get the anti-missile tech on these, not practically. I do not have enough snipers to break through those shields. Note these Vulcans have items on them, which is giving them the extra power they need to get the job done. Whereas on the right side, we break through it anyways, courtesy of the incredibly leveled sniper. By that I mean it's just level 3. It's not that incredible. Although I think the level 3 sniper kills everything here except for that Vulcan, which I would love if it would make any amount of effort to do so. Oh boy. Oh, that could be right. That could have been bad. I think we win here because the tanks get up close and personal with the Vulcan, eat the shots while the level 3 sniper does the actual damage to the Vulcan. Like so. Does this thing level up? It doesn't level up. It's beautiful. Okay, skill spec, electro blast, photon emission. Okay, it's not super useful, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay, upgrade you, upgrade you. If I get armor on this guy, it does actually 0 damage to the tank. Oh no. Is this a case for tank armor? This might be a case for tank armor. Not often you get tank armor. I think this is a case for tank armor. Alright, so oh my. Incendiary. Okay, that's not something you see every day. Alright. It's actually kind of painful for me, because that will defeat my Mustangs pretty quickly. It also defeats his crawlers, but not before the crawlers get up close and personal with the snipers. So all of my Mustangs are just immediately dead. I hate to see it. This sniper fully just decided it didn't want to shoot that Vulcan. Went and shot something else and then came back to the Vulcan later. Look at the tank armor though. That's just, it's crazy. Oh boy. There's one sniper. I think this is going to be another victory for us this round, although somewhat more painful. Given that this Vulcan is going to take that building. Sadness. Oh no. You can do it! Eventually. I really wish there was a fast forward button. That Vulcan might just get onto the sniper? Nope. Nope, that's very dead. Okay. Very, very dead. Sniper trying to make level 9. It might at the rate it's going. It very well might. Acid blasts? Don't mind if I do. This is a right here type situation. Okay, so a few things. We need an energy shield here. Need an energy shield here. I would love to get field maintenance, but we first need more snipers. How much does field maintenance cost? 500. Okay, so if I do this and this, we should much more reliably get something done. So let's do this guy here and get field maintenance on the tanks, so the tanks, you know, survive longer. Fortunately, that means next round we're going to be in a bit of trouble. The extra damage on here will give the Vulcan... So this brings the Vulcan up to 206 damage, whereas this Sledgehammer reduces that by 120. Alright, so the acid is well placed. That fire is... The shield could have been placed better. The fire is still burning everything. Those crawlers getting past... Oh, it's so painful to see. No! I got the building early. Well, that's bad. That's really bad. Okay, so I need a couple more Mustangs in the middle. Hello there, Noel PTR. Welcome in. Have I seen the new RTS that's under 11 Storm? Good. Yes, yes, I have. God, these tanks are sitting here in the fire, actively healing themselves. That's just satisfying. Unfortunately, in the sniper versus sniper war, their sniper wins by virtue of standing, you know, behind the enemy Vulcan. Although it is in the acid, which is kind of awkward for him. So, we win it. We top 1 yet? Not quite. Oh, Amp Core. Lightning Storm, though. Lightning Storm hits me very hard. Amp Core, on the other hand, helps me and him a similar degree. I think we take this and play for a longer game. Definitely need shields. Let's get 2 more of these. Level 1 is actually fine on these. Put these here. Like so. And then we do Amp Core on one of these here. Bonus HP, perhaps? And we'll cover this just in case it slips through anyways. Oh, I should have upgraded this. Okay, that's a mistake. Alright, so here comes the incendiary missiles. Should splash largely harmlessly on this shield. Yeah. Those did nothing. Sentry missile did what it needed to do. Tanks are dummy thick is what they are. It's not enough. It really isn't enough. Alright. Those extra Mustangs were a mistake. How do I fix this mistake? We need upgrades on these guys, just across the board. If we get range on these, it should solve the mistake issue. I need this here, this here, this here, and this here. Now, my question is, how long until I can get elite marksman? Too long. Okay. The tank upgrade should help immensely here. These Vulcans haven't leveled yet, although this one can. Let's get this guy here just in case, because that was an amazing hit. He's getting so much more chaff. Okay. The range should change the position of our Mustangs such that they probably won't be dying to fire. At least that's the hope. Not quite panning out as I hoped, but they are getting through the chaff. So now the question is, how do I deal with the Vulcans? Because man's just continuously building Vulcans, and these snipers, they don't have the DPS for it, is what's happening here. I don't have enough snipers, and they don't have their tech. Although, it is quite close. It is very close. And this is going to be the last round for me. Incendiary, Junior Manufacturing, Portable Shield. Take Incendiary here. Go center with this? No, we go here with this. Shields have to be up or we lose everything. So that's priority 1. Sniper upgrades I'm into. I want to pummel this side quite hard if possible. Let's get the upgrades here. I think melting point switch might be the plan. If we get mega melting point with HP, I think HP in this context. Put you center-ish here, and then you here to cover a lot of that flank, and then, I don't know, wipe this guy specifically. Alright. Alright, so the acid is okay, but not great. We hit 2 of the Vulcans with it. Left side, everything of mine dies to fire because well, everything on all sides die to fire. Question is, do we handle this? Alright, does he have... Man preemptively got EMP marksman. Alright, so melting point was a mistake. Although that's not necessarily a misplay on my part so much as him reading me like a book. I needed to go... The answer would have been ranged snipers. Ranged snipers would have done this. Man, he really predicted the melting point switch? That's impressive. Okay. Like, I had 3 major options there. I had mass wasps, I had melting points, and I had continued snipers development. All of which would have a solid chance of working. I just did not... I mean, that's 1 out of 3. He got it. What can you do? That was a good game. It's a very good game. Alright, what do you have? Phoenixes, arcs with supply specialists. Okay. And put this guy here. Okay, I've got chaff. I don't have much on chaff clear. Might be able to go arcs, but for now, we'll toss you guys over here. Okay. I should just, like, stop using melting points. They're just not great. Man, that 1 sentry missile so hurt so much. I still think we would have lost left side even without that sentry missile. It's kind of hard to gauge. Because that is just a lot of crawlers out of him. Ah, jeez. Okay. Looks like I probably get the building. Nope, he gets the building first. It's approximately the same speed. Alright, so the question is, how many of those crawlers make it to my storm callers? Is it enough for my sniper to have? Definitely too many for the... Oh, no, but that was a beautiful storm caller RNG. And the sniper can handle the last of it. Okay. I'm not to plan around his plan for my plan. I mean, there's not really much I can do about that. But I get the joke. Interference. I don't want any of these. So skip. thinking in different terms at the moment. Let's see. Let's get a crawler, 2 sets of crawlers, and start with an arc as well. The crawler goes here and here, and arc goes here. I have nothing I want to hit with my own missile. Okay, what is he getting? Stormcaller of his own, it would seem. Multi-laser melting point is good. It is good. It's very good. I like it. Makes me happy. An energy shield on the base. It's an interesting decision. Okay. He's stacking left side. Him? No, looks like we're using even-handed loadouts. If it has a good day night. Oh, me too. I've had a good day myself. Had a great time. Okay, so that energy shield is likely to win him this round, or at least that left flank. The question is, was it worth it? I think not, so I don't mind him doing that. Whew. That was a lot of damage. Okay, photon emission, heavy arc. I don't believe this is, I believe this is not a heavy arc round. So it's between emission and incendiary, and I suspect this will be an incendiary game. So we shall do this. And roll with it. Probably end up going Overlord to Wasps later. But for now, we get 1 and 2. I should have planned this differently. Bad order of operations. Okay. Yeah, that incendiary full clears my entire right side, which is rough. Does it also wipe out his units? Mostly, though not entirely. Question is, does my left beat his left? Beat the difference between them. I think not, because of the timing of things. Building timing is rough, it would seem. Oh! The sniper taking that hit, the building debuff wearing off right at the moment. Okay. Well, all of these are amazing, and I don't know which one I want more. We're not really having a sniper war, so I don't particularly want range spec. Like 120 versus 140. So not range spec, super heavy maybe, skill spec, but that scales so well with others. Let's grab skill spec here. And then for this we want one more crawler here to deal with these. The Arc is actually cleaning up a lot of those crawlers and such quite well. So we do want, I think, 2 more Arcs and a sniper. Now we can invest into a shield here. And a shield here. Alright, there's a Vulcan, so I need to have snipers on the field faster. Okay. Interesting that he's invested in a Vulcan, because I don't have that much chaff. I mean, I've got... It's trickling in quite nicely, but it's not a lot. His Mustangs were cleaning it up nicely, as it were. And the Vulcan, for me, is just difficult because it's chonky. Oh no, he's gonna take the shield down. Sadness. Okay. Fortress be good here for me? Meh. Okay, well, that's a insta pickup there. So for this we need sniper range and another shield. Shields are about to become like permanently mandatory for us. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's the world in which we live. Get damage here, damage here. Okay, so this is just a, oh god, I forgot. Vulcan with damage output, double damage is stupid strong. Like that thing scales harder than a laser face. Pushing me to sledges? I don't think so. Sledges don't beat anything here particularly well. He did take range specialists, so these phoenixes will be similar range to the snipers, though technically still outdone by the snipers. We definitely need more snipers. Looks like he's winning the chaff war now. By how much is my question. Did this thing level up? No, but it's halfway there, which is scary. More than halfway there. Okay. Extended range sledgehammer, not into it. Slap you over here. Shields up. So, I believe my unit composition does beat his eventually. My question is whether or not mine beats his before things get bad. Because I'm not sure. I need an arc just for these. I might want to do the center bait too. Yeah, I like that idea. Seems like elite marksman time. Yeah, I just wanted to get another set of marksmen before doing that, because that's just good value. You got an energy shield, which is not going to stop the flame. You'll love to see it. So we should take his Mustangs on the left. Left side should be pretty good for us here. It's the right side I'm concerned about. Man got extended range, which is traumatic for me. Yeah. Mutually assured destruction on the left side. Can live with that. I have yet to find a solution to this Vulcan strategy. This should help. Also help him, though, which is even scarier. So, a few things. Shields are mandatory at this stage. So that's just going down first. I need... Is this still level 1? Okay, I can work with that. Arc. Range arc. Elite mark. Put you back here. Upgrade you. Let's buy out because we're gonna start having some serious HP issues. If I don't. And then... Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. This doesn't hurt me too much. But it is a little painful to have this go down. We lose one set of Stormcallers for this. Alright, there we go. That's more like it. Alright, does he have... He doesn't have energy shield option for the Phoenixes. We win right side for whatever that's worth. Lose left. Oh god! That Stormcaller hit from him. Devastating. Alright, so building timing's a little rough, as is generally the case for these. Are we dead here? Not likely. We're not very alive. Yeah. Alright, how do I handle this? I don't know how to handle this. EMP would be great here to have. I like that idea. Shields are mandatory here. Let's grab EMP. Wasps really don't help us here. Overlords really don't help us here. Keep you upgrading. I need to deal with this left side a bit stronger. A bit more. We buy out. Plus range. And... put you here. One of these. One of these. This way. And then back. And nothing here is super amazing. I can't spend that this turn. That's a mistake. Okay, so that still works for me because that wipes out all those crawls. Like, I've yet to find a way of dealing with this kind of Vulcan. When you happen to get a Vulcan with the advanced firepower control system, I don't know how to counter it. I have yet to see anyone counter it without having their own. It's that powerful. Yeah, that's not enough. And by a substantial margin. We dealt with the Phoenixes on the right side. It's just the sudden power spike with the Vulcan was crazy strong, and I was not prepared for it. My plan there was to outscale him in the later game. But we didn't make it that far. The power spike just ended me before I was able to get my units on the field. I don't actually know how to deal with that. My concern is I don't know how to deal with it, even if it wasn't the weakness in my strategy that it was exploiting. The melting point, it doesn't. The melting point straight loses to the Vulcan in that instance, which is hilarious to me. But it is what it is. It doesn't with the right build. So then the problem with that is that it involves you having 2 different techs on the melting point and levels on the melting point and an army to supplement it, which is never invocable in any actual game outside of a specific sandbox instance. So it is not the answer in any meaningful sense. I've yet to find someone who's actually been able to deal with it. I've not been able to deal with it myself. I suspect mass Stormcaller? Maybe? But that's... What just happened? Oh my god, game hitch. Why? That's fine. Is that a good thing to use a strat? It is completely random whether or not you can use the strat. You cannot plan for it. Is there anything I wanted here? Like, you can't say, I'm going to use the strat and then use it. That's not how that works. You can't choose to use that particular unit composition. Sounds like the solution requires you to focus on outbuilding them by sacrificing rounds. Well, that's what I was intending to do. And then he got the Vulcan buff, and it scaled super hard. It pushed back the time when I would expect to be beating his Vulcan. If you notice at the end there, the last 2 rounds, we did beat his Vulcan, and I didn't have to use cooldowns for it. The problem is that it cost me everything to do that. To the point where, well, we were losing left side. That was the main issue. Hacker? No. No, hacker's not a solution there. Hacker exists to defeat death rattles. Well, that's a very bold statement, but hackers so far have been used to defeat melee creatures, like steel balls, rhinos, and to shut down death rattle effects. That is the most I have seen them used for. I have not seen them used for something more useful than that. I have not been able to use them for something more useful than that. Let's see. Tank level, she's got a tank level. Scary. Here. Okay. Can I get balls? I can get balls, although I don't particularly want to at this stage. Did he get... He did get movement speed. Okay, so now my units are out of position. Yikes. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Yeah. Alright, so we need one of these. One more of these. You go here. You go... I don't mind having this here to come in a little bit later. And then marksman level up. Here we go. God, these are getting already level 3! Always be a starting card that gives you marksman. I try to avoid marksman. The problem is that a lot of other... Have I actually chosen marksman recently? Because like I have been trying to play defensively this time because I almost exclusively play offensive playstyles, and the problem with offensive playstyles is that they tend to rely on gambling incredibly heavily, which, while fine, ends up being less interesting, especially against players that have more experience, because they can cover more options. And as players learn how to play the games, the whole gambling strat is less and less effective. So I'm trying to play other playstyles other than just, you know, gambling it all away. And it's fine. I end up picking marksman because I'm guessing I just feel like I need them in the early game. At this point, I've lost this game and I do not see a way of coming back from it. This man got another level on that tank. Are you kidding me? This thing has leveled up the past 4 rounds once a round. Okay. I don't know how to deal with that one. Okay, so I don't have an answer to these crawlers. I don't currently have an answer to the tanks, because I was intending to use the snipers for it, because snipers one-shot tanks, unless the tanks get over-leveled. Need this to deal with the crawlers. Do I just need... Let's see. Fangs with armor could do it? What other super tanky things? Rhinos wouldn't be the worst. Balls wouldn't be the worst, although it wouldn't be great either. I'm going to time out here. Okay, and another marksman. Didn't get it in time. Okay. A too high level for any land unit. Yeah, he's managed to get the super stack tank squad, which is difficult to handle. Hackers even suffer against them at this point. Tanks do struggle versus chaff, which is why I'm content to get crawlers here. Ranged sniper. Holy smokes. Did he get extended range? I didn't notice extended range sledgehammers. Those have longer range than my snipers. 165 meters? Yeah, no wonder. Okay, that's relevant. It's very relevant. Okay, so we do need to actually get a sniper range here. Those tanks leveled again. Holy smokes. We won off the back of that call down. I don't think I need to level these. I probably should. Energy shields. The tanks do suffer a bit against big, beefy single targets. So I'm content to get that going, but... Okay. God, so many tank levels. It's so rough. Okay. Melting points. I don't like melting points. They suffer so hard in the ability to get anything done against anything that isn't a giant. And they're so easy to counter. Okay, so he got fangs with shield, which are devastated pretty heavily by the Mustangs. As we see here. And the snipers can do their work. But I think there's just too many tanks at this point, and not enough sniper. Yikes. Fortress intensive training would be a reasonable call. Here we go. Question I have is, should I go with Overlord instead? Is it Fortress or Overlord? I think we actually go Fortress because it will keep the snipers alive longer. Do I grab any of these upgrades? Bring that up to 500,000 HP. Put you left side. Put you left side. We buy out here for a shields here and a shield here, and just suffer that our snipers don't have. That our snipers don't have. The upgrade opportunities this time. Okay, the incendiary storm colors are a great pick for him. He gets the building, the right side falls too fast, which means this fortress is not going to be long for this world. And the snipers don't do damage to clean it up. Is that we might be dead here? This is a lot of incoming damage. None of this is useful to me. Multiples of these are useful to him. Guess I'll just take this and try to remove one of these. If he gets a melting point, I'm gonna be sad. You know, okay, let's get an overlord here. This pretty much guarantees the win for this round, but almost guarantees the loss for future rounds, which is really rather unfortunate. We'll give it a try. I think I can't justify buying out again because I have to beat him multiple times in a row. He's got the melting point. Yeah. No, this is the problem with going for these guys. And there it is. RIP Fortress, you did nothing for 0 rounds and cost an entire round worth of money. That was a mistake. That was 100% a mistake. Yeah. Why did I listen to chat? Okay. GG. Okay. Okay. Mistake was going Overlord immediately after. No, I think the fortress was a mistake to begin with. The fortress just doesn't deal with tanks at that stage. The only thing it could have done was tank hits for the snipers. But because it's a fortress, it is extraordinarily vulnerable to the melting point. By going fortress, I present myself as a target that is easily defeated for every round future. Which is a problem when I have to win 4 rounds in a row. So I do think the fortress was a mistake there. The Overlord should have been predictable that I would lose that because he would have to get a melting point or some similar to deal with the what is it called? The fortress. And because of that, do I want to forward load these? Yeah, we'll do these here. Because of that, we suffer the problem of the thing that counters the fortress also counters the Overlord. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't have a whole lot of options here, do I? Let's go. Okay. Hey there, Nachi. Welcome in. Strategy. Strategy and talking about strategy. He opened wasps, so I believe he wins this off the back of the Stormcallers, though. Stormcaller strong. Fangs or take out a lot of them, but the range of the Stormcaller is just a lot. Using the Vulcan to clear chaff. We really weren't having chaff issues. If you noticed, in every one of the matches there, the only thing surviving at the end were the tanks. And that was after the snipers had been gunning them down for a majority of the match. We need... This would actually be a reasonable Overlord play here. However, because I'm Elite Specialist, I can't get it this turn. That makes me sad. Not without buying out, at least. Which... wouldn't be... no, that's... that's just statistically the bad play. Buying out this early is... it's bad. It's really bad. So my options are Mustang or more Fangs. I think we go with more Fangs. Because more Fangs can be used later on. Delay these somewhat. Should have one space in between. There. And then we hold. Opponent took reposition. I can live with that. Fangs conveniently clean up the crawlers behind. I hope. They're notorious for not cleaning up crawlers. Okay, and our opponent has gone tanks, which means that they are vulnerable to an air switch. Right, time to smash. I'd rather not lose the game that hard, thank you. Alright, so our rear-facing Fangs should remove all those wasps and then die to the sledges. Where's the Stormcallers? This is just making me want to go Mass Fang. Jumping into the air, Phoenix Wasp would have helped more. The problem with doing an air switch and while giving up the ground is that you guarantee that you have no way of defending your investment into the air, which all but guarantees that you lose every round from there on out. It's going air in that condition is akin to ending deployment without spending any money, or dare I say, wasting all of your money. Throwing it away, not saving it to next round, and then ending deployment, and then wondering, why did I lose 2 rounds later? That's usually how that goes. The timeout is real. It's an interesting choice on the opponent's side. Yes. Alright, yeah, we'll grab this, do this, throw you here, and generally this side. I don't know. There we go. No distract, please. Alright, who's getting redeployed? No one? No one, alright. Elite spec, you should always only get 2 units ground since they count as 4 levels. Yes, I tend to agree with that. Oh, he's moving this. He's moving it to the other side. Do it, I dare you. Make my life easier. Would have won if not for the timeout. Would have lost. Are you kidding me? Sledges eviscerate Fangs. Especially given the range they were at. And that the Fangs were shooting at a building and not at the sledges already. What are you doing? He's getting a sniper. Okay. Round would have been air would have been a round or 2 before you can counter. You can counter it literally the next round. Remember, he had ground control. he can put units down, and I can't do anything about the units that he puts down that turn. Like, round 2 comes around. Let's say he would have put Mustangs down with air spec. I have to then punch through the tanks, which I am failing to do, in order to get to the Mustangs. The Mustangs have free reign to do anything they want, which usually involves wiping the air. And then I have an entire air force which utterly fails to do anything for the rest of the game until I deal with the ground, which I have already spent an entire extra round purposefully avoiding dealing with. Means that they are an entire round worth of units ahead than I would have been otherwise.
Mass Fang sounds like a goth metal vamp band.
Oh my god, that's good. That's so good. I like that. I like that a lot. It's beautiful. Okay. What's the Death Tower debuff? It's like minus 90% movement speed, minus 90% damage dealt, and minus 90%, or plus 90% damage, or the double damage taken. Something like that. It's rough. It's real bad. Smoke bomb, photon emission. Going to have overlords, so I can just grab that later if I desire it. Ion blast. I don't think really helps in here. I'll grab smoke bomb just to help out with the these guys. Okay. All right. So his options are marksman. His options are phoenixes. If I get Fang Shield, I think we do okay here. I would like to get a second Overlord before that. Because if I go Fang Shield, I get pretty much nothing else. Let's do that, and then a Sledge. Which is kind of a halfway part. And let's throw this guy here. Okay. Gets no shields, so we do hit with the smoke. He gets snipers on the right side and on the left. You love to see it. Beautiful. Okay. I wouldn't mind ground artillery here, but that's after getting more overlords thing. Let's see, which loadout do I have here? Okay, more supporty one. Alright, so this one we're pushing off the back of the smoke bomb and not really anything else. That one sniper sitting there just plinking away, doing great work. 1 or 2 more marksmen on the right and we lose. Yeah! This is the problem with going overlords. Maybe if I just go mass overlord. Just mass overlord. And give them more ground cannons. We push through his front line and just break him. See if we can find a kind of mass tanks. Usually the solution is balls because they ramp up their damage. I wanted to do marksman because I was expecting to outscale him. Marksmen and tanks scale at a 1-to-1 ratio. All I had to do was just keep the marksman ahead, which I was hoping to do with, you know, the marksman veterancy thing, which is why I went with it. The problem is that his tanks did so much damage the rest of my wave that despite having the advanced marksman, or the marksman XP upgrade, we just didn't scale hard enough. Which is sad, but it happens. Fine. Even got damage on these. Okay. Definitely need to do this. His fangs are getting work done, which is hilarious to me. think I throw this one on the left side to even it out, and then break the left side? Question mark? He's got an incendiary. Yeah, we need wasps is what we need. Does he have double shot? He's got double shot. Okay, I can live with that. What's my anti-swarm looking like? God, it's not great. Wasps can help deal with the crawlies, though. Stormcaller strong. Stormcallers don't really help me here because my opponent has crawlers. And honestly, me having one crawler just set to do crawler things, running it down the center, would be very effective, and I should do that. Let's see. Wasps are another amazing set here. With the energy shield. Keep things going for longer. The smoke is so good. Alright. Oh god, that does so much damage. Well, we haven't... It's fine. Do I have coding upgrade on overlords? I do. I do have coding upgrade on overlords. Or at least I have access to it. I'm not sure if that's what I want to get right now. I don't have a whole lot of ground units is the thing. I do believe this is a skill spec pick because I've got many a skill available to me. Question is, what to do next? Is it... Alright, well, we want one crawler to hang out right here. You exist to make the Stormcallers mad. This is your purpose. I don't even think I want to move command them this turn. We can go with another Overlord, but I think we want to get Wasps on the field. And Overlord Artillery to cut through things faster. Get you here. Let's pulverize this group just to make that go faster. We'll do this as well. Electric chaff clear. Don't think it's my chaff clear. The opponents are using these... Yeah, the opponents don't... So it depends on the kind of chaff. So the incendiary deals with most things very well, but it's not fast. It's kind of gimmicky, and so there's ways around it, but also it's quite good at dealing with many things, if not most things. God, he's got all the good toys. Steel balls would be reasonable here. Would they? It would get something melee going, which would help against the Stormcallers. Here. We definitely want coating, and we want shields here, so we'll grab another wasp, throw you. Honestly, I think we throw you on the right side here. If he gets Mustangs, I just pretty much outright lose the game, is my concern. Another set of crawlers be okay. I'm not going to hit all of his snipers with that. It's very small. Phoenixes. Phoenixes wouldn't be terrible here. It's not a this round issue. Okay. Good shield work out of him. He's using wasps as... He's got air spec wasps. So we will lose that battle quite rapidly. That's a better idea for him. Would air spec wasps help me? I think he's too far ahead at this point. Going overlords that early was a risky play, and he had the options on the field to deal with it. So I think is what it is. Let's see. Buy out. Like, I really don't need photon coating anymore. Not from here. 350 monies and not much to do with it. So this was another risky play where instead of playing reasonably, I gambled on these, and he has snipers. That's all there is to it. Okay. The overlords are doing so much damage to the ground. He's just got great anti-air at the moment. In the form of those wasps and of course the snipers. I actually broke his left, kind of. Probably would have if it wasn't for the right side falling and getting the debuff. Okay, so that's over. Clearly didn't build enough overlords. Yeah. Building the overlords at the beginning was definitely a mistake. I made the mistake of giving up the ground and therefore leaving the snipers uncontested for the rest of the game. That was my mistake there. That was my biggest mistake. Doubling down is probably the best chance I had, but alas. I was thinking the AA just dominate was. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Fang Stormcaller. Cost control. Marksman Slade. Ugh. Fang Phoenix. Let's go Fang Stormcaller speed. Alright, what have you got? Balls and fangs. I can live with that one. Could be a hacker heavy round. Let's pick up another Stormcaller here. Well, that's awkward. Okay. You've rarely seen Giant Rush go well yet. Giants are extremely niche units, as it turns out. Need more mobile beacon shenanigans. I cannot imagine a world in which mobile beacon would be useful there. Well, not in that context, at least. There's a whole lot of interesting ideas, but none of them effective. Do I want to... I guess we're gonna have an awkward situation here, aren't we? Like... I didn't put a catcher's mitt here at all, so those crawlers are gonna walk up and just take out my dude, take out my building, and my opponent should win this run. I say as if that first... Holy smokes, did you see those Stormcaller volleys? The RNG on those. Talk about saturation fire. Wow, okay. Just moments before we ate that building debuff, we just wiped out his everything. Rhino, Assault Fang, it's been chosen for us, it would seem. Okay, so we do 1, 2, and probably 3. I need you here. Due to the positioning of his units, I'm going to slide to the side like this. Like so. Basic chafflings here. This was the bigger one to hit. Flanks with crawlers on every side. Am I okay with this? I think that missile is going to make the difference here. Yeah, because we're splitting the map in two. Am I speed specialist? I am. Okay. Our Fang's doing great work here. Unfortunately, these balls are going to be attracted to this set of Stormcallers. I suspect these Fangs over here won't intercept them in time. Well, I'll get a couple of them, which is something at least. These Fangs get the building at the perfect timing. Okay. Timing's in my favor. It absolutely was. Vulcans! Huh. If I can get a level 2 Vulcan on the field, that's not a this turn thing, but I want it. Because we're going to have to deal with heap tons of swarm. Alright, so first off, we get Mechanical Rage. We want to keep these upgrades high. Keep you alive. No. That's gonna hurt me a lot. Did he take it and get it this turn? Oh, he's got giant specialists, so he can just kind of plop them down. Okay. Well, that happens. I didn't notice that. Alright, so a couple things. Is this an orbital bombardment match? We're danger close is what this is. Alright, I'm tempted to pick this up just as my opponent doesn't get it. Because this could very easily just be a hacker round too. Probably get both. So I'll pick this up to deny it to the opponent. Pick you up. Buy elite recruitment here. And plop you here. So we now do extra damage by a substantial margin. With the extended range Vulcan. And next round we get the Vulcan attack. Maybe.
Everything is on fire!
There we go.
I have sent you a sign, my child. Purge the mutant. Purge the heretic.
Yes. Everything is always on fire. You'll love to see it. You know what? Let's sideload this here. Like so. I'll get aggressive with it. Battleship. I am not prepared for that. Thank you, Crazy Moose, coming in with the flamin' hot responses. Flamin' hot super chats. You'll love to see it. So this is one of these knife fights in a closet, and I'm not keeping up with the jumping around here. He hit me last round with the incendiary, which I was unprepared for, and it cost me the round. And this round he hit me with the overlord, which I was also not prepared for. I didn't even notice the overlord was an option. And that makes me sad. Because he can hit me with it again. Just by building one. Because he's a giant specialist. And it would do even more damage. Alright, giant hunter then we're grabbing. Elite wasps. Oh my god. I can't. Elite wasp is not that good. I think we do Scorching Flames here. Followed by, let's see, buyout. So we can go up to 800, 700, 600. How much does it cost? It costs 700. We can go up to, okay, we should be able to do this. Get a second one. Win the ground here. Hope. Dude. I need more unit is what I need. Or upgrades. Both. These are winning. Let's nuke these. He's hitting me with the missile there. I live with that. Okay. The Mega Vulcan wiping the floor with the balls. We got some hot Vulcan on Vulcan action, and mine are winning. Okay. Alright, we did it. Great. Love to see it. Can't do this to me. Alright, so super heavy armor goes on to you. Gotta upgrade you. Upgrade you. I want hackers to help deal with a lot of this madness. Yeah. I can expect melting points. I win this round. I've determined that I win this round. I don't. He got 2 overlords. Because he's a giant specialist and he can afford that. We take at least 800 damage here. Everything is always on fire.
Baby burn.
Yes! Alright, so not hackers then.
Everything is on fire.
Everything is always on fire.
Disco Inferno.
You don't stop. It doesn't stop! For a moment I thought these fangs might actually take out their overlord. So we're winning the ground. He's given up. He's contesting the ground pretty heavily, so he's not quite leaving these uncontested. But Phoenixes, I believe, were the correct call here. God, these are both leveling up, aren't they? Please don't give the XP to this one. Thank you, Crazy Moose coming in with the fire because we could use some extra. Well, we're not taking that. We're not taking any of this. Oh no, that's rough. 3 of you just on the field with range. We need to decide hackers are useful. I'm specifically trying to use them as cheap energy shields. Because I can. No. Lock onto any one of these, please. Okay, there's chaff in front of it. It's not happening. Okay. Put you in the back. Stay alive for longer than 0 seconds. Same thing here. Upgrade you, upgrade you. I can't get more units this turn, but I can get bonus HP and bonus damage. Is there a world in which I cast Ignite on things? There is. Burn. Let it all burn down. You get anti-interference matrix. Hey, called it. Alright, so there's a lot of fire on the ground right now. Everyone's gonna be suffering. Uh-oh. The Overlord cannons were the difference maker here. Question then is who tanks for what? Oh gosh. It's a level 4 Vulcan next round. Oh, come on. No! This is gonna hurt. It's so close. It's so close. Okay. And he's got another Overlord coming up this route. Is this ever worth it? This is... I can't do that. That would just be bad. This, however, we can put on Vulcan over here and keep you alive for any amount of time longer. Okay, Elite Marksman. Give it its sweet damage. 1, 2, 3. I think we help out this side more? Question mark? You guys definitely need to group up here. Alright, let's remove this. We buy out this turn. We get 2 more shields. Here and here. And I want this gone. I want this gone. And this gone. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. It appears, and this thing will near instantly die. Alright, so we've managed to clear all the chaff, it would seem. He does have Mothership, which is a little scary. So now this is Phoenix versus the Worlds. And the Phoenix should just kind of win this. The problem is that he's going to have Mothership coming soon. Oh. 150 meters range. 168 meters range. He doesn't quite... Uh-oh. Well, that's bad. Good news is, we don't die. Bad news is the moment he picks up the Mothership upgrade, then we do die. Why did I pick this up? This doesn't help me in the slightest. Whatever. Nothing else I can do. Okay. Alright, have a good night, Andromeda. Good luck out there. He's got Mothership. So my hope here is that I punch through so hard that we break him before Mothership becomes relevant. That is my hope here. It is a bad hope, but it is the hope I have. And we push the left side quite hard. We might have done it. Oh my god, we might have done it. By virtue of Mass Phoenix and Mass Wasp. My concern is that he already has... Ooh, is this useful to me? This disables many things. Unfortunately, it's not something I can put on a lot of creature. I think we put it here. Do I want to upgrade these? I'll upgrade this one. Keep these upgraded. I think I need more Wasp. And we go with it. And we super stack this side with them. Slightly spread out so that they don't all die to something unexpected. We do this. We do this. We do this. So anything else I desperately need here. 30% increase HP or 50,000 here. Get 1 shield right here and 1 sentry missile right here. That's a lot of Mustang with AA specialization. And, yep, okay. How are we looking over here? Fangs are going to be MVP for this right side. Because every shot these Fangs have taken is a shot that these Phoenixes won't. Okay. And now the wasps come triumphantly. Yes! Oh, God.
The wasp swarm has arrived.
I gambled so hard on that one, and my opponent gambled wrong. Oh. God, that was crazy close. The wasp swarm has arrived, yes. Oh my gosh. That massive cloud stack. If he had put those Mustangs, if he had just not gambled those Mustangs on the right side and trying to take the Phoenixes, and instead just didn't gamble them at all, put them in a defensive formation, I could have done nothing to stop that. Except invest in some chunk units in the back with like a Rhino or something. But like, holy smokes. Improved Fangs to the unsung hero that whole match. I don't know if they were unsung. Fangs are strong. He needed AoE Stangs there. He needed Stangs behind his units, so that they arrived after the Wasps. Otherwise, they just get clapped. Well, hello there.
Not the bees.
If it isn't Crazy Moose coming in with a joyful laughter.
Everything is on fire.
Everything is always on fire. Why are you like this? Dark Clue coming in with the Everything's on fire and the hype. Dropping some hype on chat. I'm glad you enjoy because, well, I'm having a good time over here. Good game is good. If only, if only. Well, if it isn't Wake 90 coming in and rejoining the incursion, enjoying that 6-month badge, half a year, so coming up on the next milestone soon, is it? Welcome back, Wake. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Glad you enjoy. Seems the game doesn't appear to be, game is not crashed, but it's certainly hung. So what we are going to do is we're going to Alt F4 right out of this one. Give it another 10 more seconds, and then we'll Alt F4 out of this one. Yeah, okay, we're jumping out of this one. Good old-fashioned Alt F4. Reboot the game. We'll be fine. That's what I was saying in previous times, where the game at the upper level feels like it's gambling more so than not, which is rough. It's really rough. There are 4 fronts and 4 different unit responses required on each front, and you can't cover them all, so instead you pick one and you go with it. That's it. And you keep rolling the dice semi-arbitrarily until someone leaves forcefully. That's how the game feels like it plays. Super gambling. What I want is chat integration, so y'all can gamble your insight from chat. That's what I want. Because it sounds cool. Oh, Najee, you missed it last night. We were doing some late night gaming in Starship Troopers. Had a whole group of like 12. We had 3 full squads, so it's 12. To get a couple more jumping in and out. It was a great time. Lots of newer players though, so it was one of those missions where I had to send 6 people to a level 2 infestation and they didn't make it kind of missions. But it was good fun. Did we become citizens? Thus, a lot of people became citizens. Several became casualties. Alright, so we've got this. This is an arc situation. If this isn't an arc situation, I don't know what is. It could be arc or it could be Mustangs. I wouldn't mind either. Mustang is not a this turn thing. I think we do 2 arcs here. Like so. Let's go outside. Go center with this. No. Defensive. Good. You liked how you and I were going on the anti-infestation missions with just us. And we succeeded. Yes. It's quite nice when you can do that. It frees up so much space for everyone. Balls doing ball things and winning the game. You'll love to see it. Join the SSF Discord. SSF Discord. What does that stand for? Subsidized steel balls? How many more of these am I gonna get? Because this is like looking and shaping up to be a Stormcaller match as well. The Stormcallers I'm likely to get 4 of, so this will pay off. This, I don't know. Okay, so Stormcaller here. Solve a lot of our problems. Do I want to hit the tanks with one of these? I kind of do. No levels for you. No one's flanking. He's going Stormcallers himself, which I'm okay with. We landed on the tanks while the crawlers are walking past, which is the ideal. Given our opponent is going Stormcallers, I'm no longer keen to go Mustangs. But I am keen to get some more balls going. As well as arcs. I think just Mustangs. I mean, not Mustangs. I think just Stormcallers and then ball upgrades should do it. Do not run interference Mustangs to make enemy missiles useless. Not usually, unless the missiles are an active problem. Missiles are a improved Overlord. This is 100% shaping up to be an Overlord potential match. Though I probably don't want it with improved Overlord. Incendiary. I think I'll actually take electromagnetic rather than incendiary. While this doesn't deal much right now, it will eventually become a major problem for him. Let's see. So I think I want another Stormcaller. 2 Stormcallers? Or... yeah, we can go up to 4 Stormcallers, I think. That'd be good. So here and here. And let's slam these again. Okay, he's burning me here, so he should take that one. Okay. You question their utility. They're quite good, but okay, so here's the thing about Stormcallers. Stormcallers, they just deal massive unchecked damage everywhere, and you can't really stop them. Mustang's anti-missile does stop them for most of the match. They have diminishing effect over the match, so the longer the match goes on, the less damage they will deal, or the less effective they will be. But by the time that effect is actively making a difference in the ability for the Mustangs to do whatever it is they need to shoot the missiles down, the round is effectively decided in most instances, so it's not that big a deal. The thing is, when it comes to Stormcallers, the only real solution to them are like the Stormcaller in effect is just generic tax. They aren't really chaff clear. They aren't single target DPS. They just deal damage all over the place. So you can just accept the damage all over the place, and it doesn't really affect the outcome of the match. Unless, of course, you're losing, but for other reasons. Like, oh no, I took some damage, and now their tanks are killing me. So the solution could be either kill the tanks, or shut down the missiles. But the thing is, shutting down the missiles requires a heavy investment. It requires the tech and Mustangs. And if you do that, your Mustangs cannot do something else, which means you no longer have access to Mustangs for anti-air, which is a big deal. It's a pretty big deal. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Speaking of which, do I want to double down on... Let's get a little wild here. Is that a this turn thing? I think that's a next turn thing. This turn, we go for... here with... here and here. And we toss this guy here. Yeah. Okay. Well, that could have been better, could have been worse. I'm very unlikely to bother getting shields for my units over the duration of the game, because Stormcaller is just wreck shields. Super hard. Okay. So this is close. The tanks are an issue, but only just barely. Very likely could use additional crawlers to deal with that, but I have another solution. So we're pretty close here. His Stormcallers are on top, but this is one of those where we're effectively even. So now any of us can do anything we want and affect the outcome of the match equally. So I'm going to grab this because I'm feeling cheeky. I'm also going to grab these because I can, and throw them anywhere, really. Alright, let's upgrade you, and upgrade you. You're kind of coming in clutch here. I definitely need more arc. Alright, let's see how he reacts. We have flanks. He's getting a rhino from behind, which It's actually in range of this, so that'll be relevant. If only it was the other side. Okay. So we're doing basically the same thing using two mildly different EMP. I guess with the steel balls. Yeah, that makes sense. Does he have EMP on tanks too? And hackers? With the steel balls makes sense. Okay. So he's working to deal with my steel balls. I am working to deal with his generally everything else. So he will start stealing my balls. The Rhino makes it through. But I am guaranteed to win this by virtue of him not having any anti-air. Which is... It's hard to say the status of this one. Left flank, I win. Right flank, I suspect I lost. But it's really hard to tell because of the Rhino thing going on. It's really hard to tell. Given the context, I think Overlord is a reasonable call here. We are at a time when giants are not a bad decision. Wasps form, photon emission. Wasps form. The elite rhino thing is a little scary. I'll throw you over. I guess it doesn't really matter now, does it? Throw you over here. If you thought you had shields. Two overlords. Do them on this side, I think. Upgrade you. Would like to upgrade the wasps too, but we'll see how he reacts to this. He gets his own wasp swarm, which is setting over there, which is understandable. We are hitting these guys and these. Oh, that's a beautiful hit. And because these are level 1 hackers, this EMP blast should actually wipe out all of that entire shield, which is just nice to see. Okay, so he does have access to aerial spec and missile interceptor. If I can bait him into getting aerial spec and missiles interceptor, I can't trust that. It is 100% a mistake to get both, and I have to assume he will not be getting both. Okay, EMP does well. Mustangs get baited to the rear. Love to see it. Okay, this one screams time for Overlord artillery. Okay, our wasps on the left beat up all those sweet, delicious Mustangs. And we get XP on the wasps, not that they weren't already fully leveled. Okay. Photon emission, portable shield, acid blast. This is a portable shield situation. Onto either of these. Overload artillery, upgrade you, upgrade you. Keep these upgraded. We got one. And shields. There we go. Do we stack this? I think we stack this side even harder. We can swing it around town. Okay. Budget bubble's not very strong against EMP. You're right. They're not. Alright, so he's going to go big with the ability casts this turn, which more power to him. I'm not buying out this turn because I have a life to spend, and I would rather not buy out in a round when I expect to get hit with all these abilities. The sniper, he's preempting the shield, I think, on these, which I wasn't planning on getting to begin with. But the double shot sniper does deal more damage overall, which helps it deal with the big boys. But if that's the case, we can get wasp heavy. He's investing more into crawlers. He's buying out for basic buffs. Okay. I may just need to wasp swarm the side. Okay, we're seeing his shields get deleted. Which means our Stormcallers live. And living Stormcaller means unliving Mustangs, which means our Wasps are very happy. And while... Is that it? Hey, that's it! There's no more anti-air aside from one sniper on the left. But will that do enough damage? We might have lethal on board. I think we have lethal on board. It's gonna be close. Yeah! 16 off of survival. Done. Okay. See, that's when you do an air switch. You do an air switch when your opponent doesn't have substantial anti-air and doesn't have a composition that beats yours on the ground. Like, if you're even on the ground, you can either beat him harder on the ground or do an air switch. But if your opponent already has anti-air that's going to counter or, you know, reasonably deal with your things, then you can't go air switch and expect it to win or have any strong effect. That's a proper air game off the back of surprise wasps. It was a good game. Clean. Yes, very clean. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Well, guys, you know what time it is? It's time to stand up, stretch those legs, stretch those arms. Unless, of course, you're sleeping, at which point, enjoy your rest. Because, oh, God, it feels good. Oh, I haven't sat down for a while. Do I want to duo? Not if I can avoid it, no. Oh, that feels... Oh, I've been stretching, like, constantly. Why is my spine screaming at me right now? Alright. So air switching and method of forcing a catch-22 must choose air or ground, cannot choose both. It's more flavor. You can most of the time choose both. In this instance, my opponent went hacker, which was the wrong choice. Because the hacker does nothing to air. If he had chosen Mustangs to go with to deal with the balls instead of hacker, then... well... things would have looked very different. That round of the wasps likely wouldn't have led to my victory. And then he could preempt or at least react to the overlords with snipers or phoenixes would probably been the better call. Okay, what does he get? Tank, Fang. I wouldn't mind doing it. Yeah, with this loadout, this is a weird position. Stagger that. Let's do the sides. Do outside. Yeah, outside is fine. And then sniper. do I want to handle this? Extra storm color or start the sniper ball going? Storm color. Let's concave this a little bit. Probably concave that a bit much. When it comes to air, it's mostly flavor, which I'm happy with. But they have their mild differences, but mild they are nonetheless. So our opponent has gone heavy into the chaff and gone pretty front. Mid-load is not exactly front-load. Our storm callers here are not going to be able to handle this much mess. However, given his unit composition, our storm callers will scale far faster than his units do. So as long as we can keep those tanks from leveling up, we should be in a good position.
I don't
here.
usually hang around this much for any stream, but this has been a welcome distraction from the boredom at work tonight. Here's my fee for the excellent service.
Hey, I'm glad you enjoy. One biased opinion coming in with that super chat. I'm glad you enjoy because, well, we've got more content like this coming up every week, multiple times a week, because that's what we do around here. And if you guys like this kind of content, make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because you know, it's a good time out there. Let's see. Extended range marksman. Yeah. Okay, fine. Is this worth doing? I should have leveled these.
Everything
because
is
they
on
hit
fire.
Like this.
That was a well-timed stretch. My back sends its regards.
Hey. Yes, telling you gotta take care of yourself. It is worth it every time. Let's snipe this tank. Snipe this tank. Excellent. Do you take marks as well? You did. Alright, so we're gonna have a marksman off, it would seem. It's just a matter of whose units are in what position. As long as the tanks don't level up, I'm happy. Another Dr. Clue coming with you. Everything is always on fire! I probably would just want to go like crawler spam. Maybe fang spam would be good. The crawlers are actually getting in line and doing well, because crawlers tend to perform better versus fangs. Not enough ads and more ads in the content. Oh no. I genuinely wouldn't mind that if ads were not so miserable in the many locations. Okay, one of you. Double sniper. Put you here. And
Hey you, time to stretch.
why do you like this? Crazy Moose? Et tu sur ta prey? Yeah. It's okay. I didn't stop standing since my stretch. Like I was still standing up because that's usually our dudes. Oh, this man's dropped 3 crawlers with replicate. Just right in front of my face. Okay. Yeah, we need chaff clear at this point. The enemy has gone heavy chaff, and it's going to be an issue. It is an issue. This is the left flank. It's not left side's not doing well. Although our right side is doing pretty well. It's so many the same song on our playlist. Oh no. Honestly, one of the most difficult parts about starting up the stream is that I have to turn off my music. Like the good music. The music I really like. You want to buy a can of Raid? Help deal with those roaches, you know? Sure. I don't know what that's like. Alright, you have a good one, Adonias. Good luck out there. So many crawlers. And they're replicating. That's just unfortunate. Surely our opponent wins this, for they have more crawlers than me. And units that aren't crawlers. Including tanks, which surely have a level up now. Oh my god, they didn't level up. That's hilarious. Oh, that one did. Okay. Shield device, extended range storm collar. I don't know if I want that one actually. I just want regular missile strike here. Maybe even shield device spec. Probably shield device spec. But arc lights need to be my play, or Mustangs. Let's see. Vulcan. It's a great time to drop a Vulcan on the field. I'm going to need chaff in front of it. Let's do that. Slap you again. I'm going to keep doing that until you stop me. Let's put this on the left side actually, 'cause the right side, yeah, held is not the right word, but didn't die miserably. Okay, he's got a bubble shield that he put in the middle. He just didn't die. Why? Oh, because he got the field maintenance upgrade. Okay. This is fine. Alright, so I need so many more snipers to deal with this. As those level 2 sledges are an existential threat. Are snipers the best call? I could probably just go fortress, actually. Of course, leaves me incredibly open to balls as a unit as well as melting points. Melting point being the
Everything is on fire.
obvious choice, but
Ooh tilde Flammenwerfer.
yes, Flammenwerfer. Alright, this is about the best timing we could have got. Because this level 3 marksman should just one-tap. Oh, no, these are heavy armor sledges, so they won't one-tap. That explains why they survived so long. Okay. That makes sense. The heavy armor. Otter Vulcan? Meh. We just needed to clear chaff and take an extra couple of hits. I do need one on the right side, though. Amp Core, Orbital Bombardment, Heavy... This hurts me more than it hurts him. I think we take Amp Core here. And we do this here with an Amp Core here. A shield here. A shield here. That's consistent chaff clear. And now we need... so many snipers, which we can't quite get this turn. This no longer helps me. Okay. Get her own melty boy? I would rather not, given the option. Question is, how does he respond? He responds by upgrading tanks and getting a lot of, Is that a new tank? He got a new tank. This man's fully going mass tank. Okay, well, I have another solution to this problem. Hello there, Mandalorian. Welcome in. Oof. Come on, someone shoot the rhino, please. Be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Come on, thank you. That could have been bad. This man get range on his marksman? No. Okay, so I need to invest in marksman. Vulcan best boy, Vulcan good boy. Yeah. I love to see it. Great timing on the building. We broke the right flank and our crawlers have gone wild. Right flank, right front. Okay, breaking his shields, courtesy of the storm callers. Snipers cleaning up. Rhino, what Rhino? Yes. That's it. You did it. There is your Vulcan play. Big and it's just so niche. Oh boy. He's good gamer. Okay, this is gonna be a match. A match of all time. One biased opinion. Sniping's I don't. What is an Australian? I've heard so many Australians. Why can't I brain an Australian accent right now? Giving up. Sniping's a good job, mate. It is a good job. Okay. What's my favorite type of cookie if I have one? I don't eat cookies. They're against my moral values. Every time I see these, I just immediately want to build marksman. Because that's just the answer 9 out of 10 times. I'm going to build Mustang instead. You know the best part about cookies? My brother is actually doing a cookie business. Like, he just opened a cookie business. He's actually good. I'm gonna say good, I mean like he's getting contracts around town, like for events and such. Like he's almost like booked out. Courtesy of him having made cookies and similar things over the course of his entire life. But I really should probably know the answer to your favorite cookie. Alright, so that's a whole lot of chaff to clear through. Have I ever done any ASMR or voice work? ASMR, no. Heavy hacker and subsidized arc lights and anti-interference module. Oof. How many of these do I care about? I'm always tempted to pick up Heavy Hacker because Heavy Hacker is just that good. I don't have a need for it right now, is the thing. Okay. So let's do this, this. Put you here, you here. See if this, because we're both symmetrical right now. We'll see how this turns out. Stormcallers would work well versus me. He's not flanking. Vulcan? Are you giant spec? You are giant spec. And subsidized arc light. Okay, so that's an interesting decision. My steel balls can deal with the Vulcan, but I have to get the steel balls onto target, which is unlikely to happen at this stage. Mustangs clean up the Phoenixes. All of our units are super speedy, which I'm okay with. Oh, the ball's gonna get shot first. Sadness. Just ran past that. Okay, the aggro range on crawlers is very short. Okay, then. So we need a proper response to the Vulcan here. And I think I know what that response will be. I don't have the money for it. That'll be a next round thing. However, Stormcallers would be a reasonable answer. Let's say I can counter the counter to what he's going to do here. If he gets it, he definitely needs another Vulcan for this side. Storm colors would also be okay for him. Tanks. Not good for him. Mediocre for me. More Phoenix would be an okay play for him. He's Giant Spec. Could go Melting Points or Fortress. Alternatively, just more chaff for him is a good call. I feel like we do this just to apply pressure in a way that makes his life difficult. And we call it there. Okay, so he did get the extra Vulcan, and he got the Vulcan with the Scorching Flames. Which should clear up all of my stuff very quickly. This does put him in a condition where if we ever get access to the damage boosts equipment, then he will be in a condition where I genuinely do not know how to defeat his wave. Like, if I had all the money in a sandbox, I wouldn't know how to beat his wave. And that's just a chance of happening. But I do have a solution here. Oh boy. Okay, so this is kind of important to me here. Can't get air spec this turn. Was there a utility call down that turn? Let's halfway these, like so. Unless I want to do, I think I don't want flank here. An interesting twist. This may be baiting him into winning the game by doing that, but I think I'm not gonna get punished for it. Unpunished, okay. Alright, what did he get? Subsidized Arclight. He took Alright, he took the magnification on here. Oh no. Yeah, I needed air spec this turn. I should have bought out for it. Otherwise, they would engage the Vulcan. Okay. Name is Fang. No fangs. I know, right? That moment when the wasps are out of range of this Vulcan, but refuse to turn and shoot something that is in range because they elect not to. Alas, GG. Close, but not quite. I needed to buy out there and do the I needed to buy out and get the air spec. So I could take care of those phoenixes and be the end of that. Alright, let's see. You always bring ground spec wasps with their shred giants. Yeah. It's reasonable. I've stopped doing that because it's too predictable and easy to do. it just doesn't work against most players these days. I guess I can do a forward point if I need to bait. Okay. Let's go. Just do this.
Why is the tea always gone?
Because I keep drinking it. How you doing, Doc Clue? Next time, yeah. That was close. He won the... He finished me off with the last... just very few HP. A tech called Hunter Killer that would allow you to mark a priority target for them. That would be interesting. That would certainly be interesting. Just like eliminate this target specifically. I wouldn't mind having a move command for that. Oh, hello. Wouldn't mind grabbing those. Like we were in prime position for that one. Slap this. Stormcaller. I'm not interested in Stormcaller against what he has. Given that I'm elite spec and can drop tier 2 tanks, I'm not too afraid of Stormcallers, but Stormcallers do hurt the fangs. I'm not too concerned about the Stormcallers, but they are something I will have to consider. I don't have chaff clear in my group, so that is something I have to deal with very soon here. Given his use of Stormcallers, I'm not keen to get Mustangs. The question is, do I get chaff clear now or later? Beautiful tank XP. You'll love to see it. Alright, have a good one. One biased opinion. Good luck out there. Portable shield or shield airdrop? Because it's a portable shield situation. We performed better. We did more damage. By a lot. Okay. I have momentum. How do I want to spend it? This is not a turn for these, nor is it a turn for these. Probably just getting chaff clear, or more chaff. One of the two. Chaff clear or chaff? Which one? Let's go chaff. Let's get one of you, two of you. Have you guys split up and become a disaster. And you guys do one of these. And heavy prejudice. Oh. Oh no. Okay, you did that. So those are level 5 crawlers. Sure, an existential threat to everything I have on the board. Okay. We managed to hold it. Luckily, because we hit it with a sentinel missile. Is it going to be enough? So this to me says Vulcan. But Vulcan may be too much of an overcommitment. It may be an overcommitment. None of these are interesting to me except this one. It's just good for later on. I need to keep the tank upgrades rolling. So I think what we do here is Mechanical Rage the tanks. And let it go. Or more tank. And we slam this. And just EMP here. I think this will hit most of them anyways. Just because the crawlers will move. And he's gotten the underground upgrades for them. Okay. Alright, so because he's committed so much to those crawlers, I do think it is actually Vulcan time. He should have just played regularly. Yeah. I'll give him the GG. Yeah, so he was trying out crawlers to play with it would seem, and it's not worked out for him. Yeah, I can't catch up to the tanks. Yeah, the tanks are... This is the real threat. The tanks. That's what I was saying. There it goes. Well played. See, if I had gotten Vulcans, we wouldn't have kept up with the tanks, and then we would have been in a very different situation. The Vulcan could still die to snipers and stormcallers, but the tanks? A little hard. Leveled tanks good? Yeah. Well, leveled units. So the reason leveled tanks are better than most units is because tanks are generalist units. They don't do anything particularly well. They're just beefy-ish generalist units. So if you level them, they beat everything because they don't have a weakness. Does that make sense? Save it. There. Call the tanks. Okay. So obviously we'll lose right flank, but we're not trying to win right flank. The big important thing is that we stop this tank scaling. Yeah, so what ends up happening is once you get leveled tanks, they beat everything because they don't have a weakness to be exploited. So they just kind of win everything, which is difficult for the opponent to deal with. Difficult for the opponent to handle. It's like, as you guys know, leveled units, like over-leveled units, just kind of wipe everything out. But something like, oh no, it's a rhino, it's over-leveled. So if I get a unit that does something like stun locks a single unit, like EMP, and then hacks it, it doesn't matter how much over leveled it is, it just cheeses it out of the game. So there are ways of dealing with it. It's like a, you know, a melting point, or even steel balls with a ramping damage. But tanks, they don't have a weakness that can be exploited. Oh no, am I hack a tank? It's... But what about the other 4 tanks? Like, it doesn't solve your problem. The other 4 tanks just shoot you. I mean, tanks, they can't shoot up, but that's a trivial problem to solve when you have tanks that can't be dealt with. It's like, let me casually spend 200 resources to get a unit that shoots up, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh boy. This is a selection. Alright, this is money. Alright, so which do we want to go with here? Are we gonna throw? Are we gonna throw? Is this what are we throwing this turn? Is this how we're playing it? Okay. Do this. Let's do this, because I don't think they're going to stop me. And attempt to punish their existence once again. Hey! Punished. Vulcan. Don't mind if I do. We do not have enough chaff clear for this. Okay. Yeah, alright. That Vulcan level up? No, really? Okay. Mass Martian leaves the tanks first once they start one-shotting them. So it's kind of sort of the other way around. It depends. You can't take level ups into consideration when you're considering unit on unit, unless you're specifically trying out for a specific scenario. If the scenario is your opponent has level 9 tanks versus level 1 snipers, then what you have is an uneven scenario and you're just playing around in sandbox for things. The average scenario, or the scenario which you can reliably expect to happen, is, say, level 3 tanks versus level 3 snipers. On even parity, snipers do not outpace tanks and tanks do not outpace snipers. They are just even. Deployment, heavy armor. Yeah. Let's get the balls rolling some more. Give him a hard time. I don't really want so many monies to do. What form of splash do we want is my question. Is it arcs? Tempted to go rhinos. Real tempted to go rhinos. Like, real tempted. That's my question of, are we throwing this game or not? Okay, so we need splash damage. We can go Vulcans, we can go Mustangs, we can go Arcs, or we can go Rhinos. I think I'm going to go Rhinos for the meme, understanding that we're going to be losing this round by virtue of not having splash damage this round. Oh, and he's already got the hacker. Oh, that's unfortunate. Do you want to win or just have fun? I'm keen to have a little fun. Yeah. Okay. Could have seen that one coming. Okay. Start selling everything. No. Will Rhinos help with the Vulcan? Yes. Mostly because the Rhino will tank. So right now we don't need to worry about the Vulcan as a threat because the Vulcan is not a serious threat. What is a threat is, well, everything else. All of our units are melee. Alright, so we need Whirlwind on you. One more of you here. And how about Crawler from here? And there. So my goal now is punch harder. That's my goal. And so far it's working. Mind you, we are losing the other side, which is not a big shock in this context. Okay. Overlord beats this? Yes, but Overlord isn't Rhino. And that's important. That barrier is intense. Very intense. Oh! Yes, slapping. Okay. Giant Hunter, orbital bombardment. Alright, well, decisions have been made. Alright. He's gotten the heavy armor here. Was that there before? What else has he got going? The reason I didn't smoke this side is because I assumed he was going to put the barrier on this side because this side was flailing. But I was apparently wrong. Oh no, I have literally no anti-air, so phoenixes are going to hurt a lot. Ah, well. Sadness. This is also painful for me because it slows the Rhino walk. I 100% expect our opponents to win this game, like as a whole. But holy smoke, Rhino punch! Even my own units Rhino punch so hard. Think I will win? You, sir, are wrong. Alright, come on, man. You can't do this. Like, what? Okay. You here. Here. That's the weirdest combo. Just the weirdest combo. These shields just don't do anything. Not to my wave. Or not in my wave. Is that a mistake? Not quite. I hate splitting it like that, but it's gotta be done. So many hacker. Okay. We have a rhino which generates its own chaff in front of it, which I think is hilarious. Our opponent no longer has anti-air, so we're guaranteed... Oh, no, he still has a phoenix. Not for long, though. Rhino punch! Okay. That's a good time. Let's see. Super heavy armor. Don't mind if I do. So rare to see balls rolling up to this high of a level and not being incredibly overleveled. I have tech spec, so that's even better. Let's go ahead and grab energy shield here. And how I would love to get an overlord, but we bought out last round, so that's not going to happen. The question is, what do we get? And I think the answer is another rhino? This needs to happen, limiting our options to a crawler, which I think I will take. Slap here. Let's do this. Let's do this, because there's no way he's double shielding. Alright, the Mustangs will be mildly distracted for even a moment, which I'm okay with. Good. Our wasps in the corner just kind of die, which is not a big surprise. I don't see a way of meaningfully coming back from this. It's just... we are so deep in the rhino pit. Holy smokes, we're deep in the rhino pit. Oh, we're punching so hard. Oh, lordy, trying. Okay, we still have wasps. We still have anti-air, technically. Oh, and we're on the Mustangs with the crawlies. We took out the last anti-air. That's it. We've survived this round. Rhino's actually winning? Yes! That's the idea of Rhino. You punch so hard they can't stop it. Alright, how do I want to handle this? I know how I want to handle this. I know absolutely how I want to handle this. Ooh! No. But tempting. And buy out for Rhino upgrades. And who gets... you cannot get haste module. It would be a mistake. I need so much money. Oh my god. Liberal use of fist. So much fist. I am 100% just going to smoke my side. Deal with it. Like this is happening. We will run through the smoke to punch. Good luck. This needs to go on a rhino, and it's none of the rhinos that I have, so we are just holding it till next round, which is painful because there's unlikely to be a next round. I would love to have power armor here. I would love to have power armor here. These Mustangs. Very well done. Alright. Can we get on the chaff? There's so much chaff. Oh, they hacked the rhinos. The wasps are falling. They got the rhinos. No. We tried so hard, got so far. And now the melting point's on the Overlord. That was close. Literally the slowness. We were so close. If I had only just enough to get power armor, it would have done it. That was a close one. There's an actually somewhat useful rhino play. You invest so heavily into the rhinos that they can't get away from the rhinos. Which is always fun to do. It's not a high percentage play, but it is fun. Punch mechs weren't strong enough. I needed more of them. I needed more of them and one more upgrade. The problem is that if I get more of them and one more upgrade, I become incredibly vulnerable to things like overlords or, you know, other air units of any kind, which is why I was investing into wasps and all kinds of other things, which is the problem. Rhinos just, they're too expensive. They're hard to fit into places. Ugh. Oh boy. That was a fun one. I don't get to do that all the time. Tanks and fangs. Let's do another one of these. We could just do it again is what we could do. That could be fun. As long as he doesn't level his tanks, which I'm gonna do the blind play here, which is of course a gamble. It tends to pay off well, and indeed it pays off again. Alright, so we wipe those tanks. Our opponent has gone for an uneven layout once more. He simply needed 700 more rhinos. Oh no. Alright, that is a clean wipe. Semi-clean wipe. Heavy Mustangs exist. Anti-interference module. Yeah. Is this a this turn thing? As if I grab this, it'd be 500. It won't be a this turn thing. It'd be a next turn thing. So I can invest into some anything else. More crawlers. Another set of steel balls. He's got tanks, so I'm happy to get steel balls going. Let's get balls and crawls saved for next round too. Put you here. Let's get another set of balls to crawlers here. And then hit these tanks and these tanks. This man's opening with a Vulcan. Because he's giant spec. Okay. I'm not sad about this. Like, at all. Although my balls are not locking onto the Vulcan, which does make me sad. He's got so much stuff in the way. The ball will do a lot of damage, but it will not beat the Vulcan. Oh my god. The ball did a whole third of that thing's HP. Oh boy. Pretty certain we win here. Just because these are level 2, so they got more HP. They ramp a bit faster. And also because this one's doing the thing where it wanders off and attacks the building, which is going to decrease the damage that these guys take to 0. And there we go. DW upgrade, which makes steel balls go for the highest HP unit in range. I took it off because it doesn't work, but it exists. Charged ammo. How useful is that? Not really. Not for this lineup. Be useful against me, but not for me. So what we do here is we unlock Rhino and double dip. Put you slightly here, you here. Just toss you onto this guy. It does mean that this guy doesn't get the level this turn, which is not great. He took barrier, which I am perfectly happy with. Also, he defended his units with chaff in front. Our steel balls will wreck the barrier while the rhinos go in for the punch. Don't snipers hard counter every giant? No. The only reason snipers work well versus anything is because snipers are relatively easy to overlevel. When you have a level 9 unit of any kind, it beats every other unit, period. That's how levels work. Snipers are kind of generalist units, kind of. They do specialize in single target damage, but they can shoot up, they can shoot down, and they can be given a rate of fire upgrade, which lets them shoot multiple targets. So, once you have them over-leveled, they one-shot everything on the field, you know, except for giant units. But that doesn't... They just roll. That's how they do. Giant Hunter. Man's got 2 giants already. We're taking Giant Hunter. Alright, Whirlwinds. We gotta get the ball upgrades. And is it crawler time? Question mark? I think we save, actually. Save for next round to get more stuff. Or HP. I don't know if he's going to upgrade the tanks this turn. Just in case he doesn't, I'm going to try to hit this. Buff and Staker back. Yes. Overlord? No. No. Overlord is a I want to win 1 round solution to the problem. I'm not keen to start playing that game just yet. This man fully just gave me more rhinos to play with. Like, who thought that? Why did you think that was a good idea? Alright, so you know what we're getting. I am very okay with this one. Yep, and their steel balls touch the Vulcan on the right, so we get more money. Overlord is ready? No. No. You see, he has explosive on those, or at least has the option for it. So this is just immediate pickup right here. Just grabbing one of these real quick. Range. It guarantees the lock, so he can't do anything about it. So I'm happy to do that. So now we have more rhinos to play with. And this man got something. What was it? Mechanical Rage and Final Blitz. So now we have super rhinos, which we 100% need to heal for reasons. We're gonna have a bad time. Right. Maybe Hacker wasn't the right play. Maybe we get EMP instead. But Hacker feels the appropriate level of unreasonable. Hacker versus Vulcan, who wins? I think the Hacker would actually have won that if it wasn't for the building. Wanna go boom? Yeah. What's gonna happen regardless? Yes, but if it happens in their line versus my line, then I'm okay with it. Improved Wasp. Think we do grab Improved Wasp here. And give this guy the heal, so we'll have high HP rhinos as they go in. I do need something splashy over here, so let's grab this. And then how about another rhino over here? There we go. Stop, you criminal scum. He didn't take the Wasp upgrade, so we don't have to worry about that so much. We can suddenly Wasp. Although I'm in this position, I'm more keen to go Overlord than Wasp. But yes, these will lock onto the rhinos first because of their position. The rhinos are forward. Nothing can be placed in front of them. So we will get some hacked rhino action. The question is only whether or not it's good to do that. Whether or not that's particularly effective. We are getting backstabbed by Crawler, which is fine. We now have big HP Rhino. And the self-detonation still causes a pretty big issue for us. Okay. Punch. Go, hacker, go! Solve all of my problems for me, please. Thank you. Yes. I would like to hack... That's not gonna happen. Yeah. I was gonna say, I'd like to hack the big thing just for the HP damage. We go face. But this will have to do. Killing round is actually okay here. Is it, though? Will this pay off in time? Maybe? Let's get another rhino over here. Punch this. Let's win this round, because I can. Let's do splitter balls, because I can. And ball levels, and ball levels. Let's remove this, because these are obnoxious. Acid. None of our dudes stay there. Like, oh, actually, the hackers do. Okay. Wasp time. Yes. That'll be the oh my god, he got melting points response. Also, oh my god, he got melting points. Is there an additional cost to the backdoor flank? You wonder why you didn't use it more often? The cost is it takes time for the there is a delay. The units on the first turn you put them there will not spawn for something like 10 seconds. So you put them there and they're almost useless for the first stage of the game. Which, while not the... Oh my god. That was devastating. Okay. The kamikaze rhino is effective. Okay. Photon emission. I think not. I think we do another one of base module? No. We skip. Let's get these going. I wouldn't mind having a hacker over to claim this one. He's not prepared for this. Yeah, these rhinos are just a problem for me. I needed EMP on them, I think. First off, we want this to shield our dudes. Second, we want level you, 2 of you. Let's do these here. Come in from the sides, specifically like this. I would like to have a hacker on this side to prevent this explosion. I really would. I think that's not going to happen this turn. Is this lethal on board? 10 seconds? Damage output? What else can I get here? One of these? Okay. And so we did the same thing, really, with that. Mine is a little more expensive, but not that big a deal. God, the explosion is so rough. Imagine if we had the healing rhinos. Get out of the acid, hackers. Oh, we hacked it! And it's out of the acid. Oh, it's so good. In terms of anti-air, he still has the melting point, and it has heals, which is going to be a concern. Like a serious concern. Because we still have giant units left. I think it's technically in the shield too. It is. And it's locked onto the one thing that hurts it back. Sadness. Alright, so he doesn't kill me here. Alright, so charged ammo. Is that worth it for me? So I need EMP. Which I don't have a whole lot of available to me. So we'll grab this. Let's get one of these over here. Hopefully deals with this. Charged ammo. I'll put here to help deal with this. I'm fine with this. Let's get wasp. And do this. And buy out for... What are we buying out for? This will be the last round here. Which upgrade, which tool, which utility? We have everything except... There's no way I'm getting that this cleanly. Guess we can get Wasp Shield or Anti-Air. I'm going to make a guess that he's not going to get an aircraft. So we'll grab Shield and then just hit this guy. Do I want you... Yeah, get in early. Okay. The explosion is so rough to deal with. Unfortunately, our hacker didn't get involved in time to stop the double rhino mess over here. They break our right, which is not a surprise. We break their left, which is also not a surprise. Either way, this is ending this turn. Probably. God, that hacker almost soloed the melting point into 1v1. Holy smokes. But yeah, with the EMP effect on this, it no longer... Oh my god. But this... Okay. God. Yeah. Alright. That could have been a catastrophe. No A, no win. Yeah, but if I don't... Okay, the hacker will get it. So otherwise I just don't have enough damage on the field, is the thing. Yeah. Like if he killed the hacker, I wouldn't have ended that. I would not have ended it that turn. There's your rhino play, guys. You wanted rhinos, you got rhinos. Smashing hard. That's how rhinos do things. You see the counter to rhino, you smash them even harder. Your response to rhino is, oh no, there's a rhino. They're defeating my rhinos. Let me just punch the counter even harder. God, it is a mess. It is a beautiful mess. Rhino on rhino action. Yeah. What I needed to do was get EMP for that so that they wouldn't detonate my entire line. Hacking them almost worked. Almost. Like the hack got the explosion to detonate on the enemy's line, which was okay, but not... It wasn't the greatest. Okay. Alright. So... that is going to be it for me today. If you like this kind of content, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to hit that follow button, because we got more content just like this coming out soon. And as always, if you guys want to get notifications, you can join the Discord. You can use the Discord command, or just scroll down into the description, into the channel info below. But that's going to be it for me tonight. We're going to send you guys on over to... Winter Gaming, who's doing some Beyond All Reason right now, which is great. Great game, I love it. But that will be it for me tonight. And as always, have a good night, everyone. See you guys later.